what's happening. I can almost feel the tangible excitement rippling off of the computer monitor as we head into tonight's show, which is going to be a real banger, as they say. I'll be joined by David the Leo King Palmer and Evan Nathaniel Grimm here shortly. And welcome to the edition of Sunday Night AstroLive. So I had this idea of getting together with David and Evan. It just popped into my brain, I think sometime last week, maybe late last week. And I thought, there's all this talk of war going on, right? That we have Russia banging on the porch of NATO in Europe. We have Ukraine being in a prolonged conflict. Really, now, if you look at the Ukraine thing, we're going on almost 3 years now. If you want to do the math on that, right? We also have a simmering conflict in the Middle East, which seems to be widening in its scope along the way. We also have other wars which have been in progress for a while now, which have not been resolved. And this is from a website called IWM. And I'm going to just bring this up here so you guys can see what I'm looking at. This is the timeline of wars in the 20th century. And if you scroll down here, you're going to see that the Libyan conflict has not been resolved. The Syrian conflict has not been resolved. The Ukrainian and the Yemen conflict has not been resolved. And now the global coalition to defeat ISIS, which started in 2014, it too has not been resolved. So in addition to the aforementioned Ukraine, we'll throw Russia in there, the widening scope of the conflict with Israel and its neighbors in the Middle East, the soft war that's going on with China, the trade war, which will occur when Trump brings the tariffs in. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wars currently in progress, which aren't really talked about, right? So we're going to get into a lot of that and more tonight. And of course, David and Evan will bring their perspectives along the way, and they'll be joining us shortly. But before they do join us, first things first, I want you to hit that subscribe button and the like button. It really helps with the algorithms. And until I make a full transition to Rumble, we need to have as many people watching this as possible. Why? Because they get to view content like this, and they get to hang out with people in Chattoria, in the chat room, which I am 100% convinced. And I know there's some great let me turn the mic up. Turn it up there. Yeah, the mic is a little funky tonight, so if I bring it too far up here, I'll be talking into the mic just like that. Anyway, there are a lot of really good chat groups out there, right? You got the Frank Lees, and I know David's HiVibe group is really great. There's a lot of crossover between the two, but I'm a little I'm just a little slanted in one direction, and it's our chat room tonight. And it's a great chat room to hang out with, and a lot of interesting connections and relationships have been born out of it. So you never know. You might get lucky over there in somehow, some way or form. Anyway, hit the like, hit subscribe. Also, for the locals people, I was going to do this today. I got a little sidetracked on stuff. But I am going to be putting together some Black Friday specials. It'll be a Black Monday specials for folks over on locals. So there's going to be two layers to it, right? There's going to be the members, the people that join locals, and then there's going to be supporting members, and both of those will get some form of a discount. The supporting members will get a bit of a better discount. So I'm actually incentivizing you to go over there and join locals. And the link for locals is right there inside of the description to the show. And what else do we have? What else have I left out? Oh, you can also buy me a cup of coffee since we don't have any super chats here. And I have been demonetized on this platform since the 2010s. And I guess it's a badge of honor of some sort. So there you go. That's the bulk of the announcements. I hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving. If you didn't see Friday's show with Ben Balderson, I really recommend it. Ben is a great guy. He's an amazing human being who has literally hacked and hewed a lifestyle off the grid for himself and his family up there in the Shasta County area. And he's developed some really interesting takes on life along the way. And if you're a cat lover, you'll absolutely go nuts over that video. I didn't realize Ben had so many cats since, I mean, I knew he may have had one or two, but man, the cats took over during that show. And just for the comic relief of the cats alone, it's worth watching. But it was a really, really good show. So check that out as well. And of course, if you're new to the channel, I do the astro weather here Tuesday through Thursday, Friday forecast on Fridays, and tonight the astro weather. All right. Let's see. Who do we have here? We have to figure out how to join locals, make the move over to Rumble. Election night was the best over. So Rumble is a very interesting prospect, right? Like, here's the upside of Rumble. There's no censorship. Pretty much say whatever you want. Pretty much, right? The downside is that Rumble does not have features that YouTube has. So, for instance, a lot of people like closed caption. Rumble doesn't have it. YouTube does. What else does Rumble? Rumble also, like with YouTube, it's easier to do timestamps and stuff like that. It's not as easy with Rumble. So some people will complain that they'll lose their place in Rumble, whereas with YouTube, it's easy to go back. So there's still some development to go through on Rumble. The other thing, well, that's just a side note, because there are certain, just like with YouTube, I mean, there's certain content that people like. I notice with Rumble, if I put Trump or anything Trump related in the thumbnail or in the title, I'll get more views. Now, I don't know why that is. Maybe it's because there are more people that are into Trump over on Rumble, or maybe Rumble actually pushes Trump a bit more in the algorithms because they know that they'll get a lot of views. I don't know what that's about, but I found that to be the case over. And there's, I don't have a beef with it per se, but I also don't want to do every single show based on Trump just so I can get a bunch of views. So yeah, Rumble is in the future, and we're going to slowly make that migration, and locals obviously is a part of that as well. So there you go. Let's see who else we have here. Veronica's barn is here. Claire's here. Let's see. Catherine Rosen is here. Ojos Azule is going to pack up a flea in the middle of the night. Wow. I hope that's not traumatic. Susie Gemini, she's always here. So it's great to see Susie. Mia, hello, 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 hello. How are you? Harry Bowie's here. Kabuki Theater. Bo is in the house. Barbara Boots. Rumble has too many ads. So there's a workaround for both Rumble and at the Leo King. What the hell? The Leo King. That's disgusting, Dave. What? What did he say? David in chat already. I think Rumble pimps DJT. That's true, Mr. Grenamar. Oh, Joe Biden just pardoned Hunter. Yeah, that's right. We knew that was coming, right? That you could have won a fortune on in Vegas or the Poly market with that. That was easy. That was a no-brainer, of course. Yeah, so if you want to get around ads, whether it's on YouTube or Rumble, you should pay. You have to pay for getting rid of the ads. And I guess on YouTube, it's worth it because YouTube has a lot of legacy content like TV shows and movies that you don't want interrupted. And Rumble hasn't evolved in that direction yet. But if you want to ditch the ads, just go ahead and pay the $9 a month, and that way you don't have to put up with it. So there you go. All right, I got my earbuds in. Now I'm just waiting for my dudes to show up, and we're going to jump into this in a big way, and I'm really looking forward to it. So, mixed bad when you type. Okay. Well, no typing then. Mike, what am I going to do here? I mean, Jesus Christ, what's happening? What's going on here? You know what's funny? For a long time, it was the video, and now the audio. Here we go.
How's that? How's that? How is that? The deep and dulcet tones. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Biden pardoned Hunter. Yes, that happened. Much better. Okay, good. All right, let's bring on the first. Well, I'd say the second of the three musketeers, Mr. Evan Nathaniel Grimm. What's happening, brother?
What's going on, Robert? How are you?
I am awesome. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. How have you been since the retreat?
Good. I've been good since the retreat. Yeah, man, I can't complain. I'm always adjusting my sails to reality. And my new adjustment is basically to hack reality, right? Like when I say hack reality, remove the fourth wall and be, I've always done this, but just to be more actively active in that area. You know what I mean? Like, are you somebody who, when you're in public and you're dealing with the public and you're like somebody at a supermarket checkout line or something like that, you like break the fourth wall and engage people, or do you just kind of like move along and kind of get through your experience? Where are you with something like that?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of depends. I mean, typically, I feel like living in New York City for like 7 years made me a lot more, just sort of like brief with people, like in dialogue, like in the public. But if I'm at a grocery store and someone is like, "Hey, like, can you give me a quick summary of my year ahead?" Are you that tarot guy or that astrology guy?
See, I don't have to deal with that kind of fame. So, you on the other hand probably have to go more incognito than I do.
Well, it depends on the the area code I'm in, right? Like if I'm at like a upscale grocery store in Los Angeles, 9 times out of 10 someone will stop me and say like, what does romance look like for Aquarius risings next year? But
so reality is hacking your fourth wall, right? Like it's hacking back at you, right?
Yeah. But I think in those situations, usually I give someone like a 1-sentence summary, right? Okay, yeah, it's gonna be good next year, but I'm off the clock right now. You know what I mean?
Do you ever just say you're fucked?
Like, I've thought about it, especially if someone's like telling me they're big 3 and they're like, about to get hit by Pluto or Saturn with something,
Yeah.
But it's like how the truth can definitely hurt, sometimes. But no, I usually try to keep it brief. But I think in general, it's like I just try to get through to like from point A to point B when it comes to just like interacting with people. I think that's just again like the speed that's like kind of ingrained in me from like just like the New York days.
Yeah, the New York days, you got to have kind of a filter and a wall or else you get the carpet crawlers coming through.
Right. And in LA though, it's a totally different speed. But no, it's great to be on your show. I mean, obviously, like we've talked about in other environments. I think I've appeared on this show briefly here and there, but like you've really been a voice of clarity in the astrology world. In an era where it's like a lot of people turn towards they become hysterical over what's happening in the world. I feel like you've been really consistent and creative, and your social commentary is just like top notch. So I'm really honored to be here tonight.
Well, thanks, man. It's great to have you on. And I know that when you were here in November, we talked about something like this and getting you on and doing something. And I just thought, well, why don't we, like me, you and David, just, put our energy together and see what we can cook up here, the three of us. And speaking of David, look who's here. There he is, Mr. Leo King himself. Hey, David. He's you got a mic issue there. He's working on it.
All right, you should have me now.
I feel like I missed the black memo tonight.
Yeah, apparently.
I mean, it's the Warcast.
I know. It's Sunday, so I wore my sun shirt on Sunday. So I'm the bright ray of hope in the Warcast tonight. Actually, I'm not. I'll probably be darker than both of you. But David, how are you? It's great to be here. It's great to have you here, man.
I'm doing great. Good to be with both of you. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. And I was talking to you both last night, stuck in horrible traffic, but I'm here. We're good.
So let's go around a little bit. Evan, how was your Thanksgiving, and what are you thankful for?
Yeah, well, I mean, my Thanksgiving was pretty chill. I stayed in LA and ended up at just did like a rooftop restaurant kind of thing, which I hadn't done before. But thankful for, honestly, like really thankful for community. Like I just feel like that's something that's really lacking nowadays, and I've been trying to focus on that. Just like live a balanced life. So I think I'm thankful for balance, yeah, because it was not a balanced year for me. I was like really focused on you can both relate, I imagine, but just like focused on like keeping track of all the crazy shit that's happening, and trying to make predictions and like keep track of it, but then like losing sight of like hey, like let's just take a day off and just spend time with people who matter. And so I feel like I finally started to do that in the past few weeks. So thankful for friends, and thankful for family too, just like taking time to actually catch up with them and everything.
Speaking of family, David, yours is about to get a little bit bigger, right?
That's right. Number 2 is on the way.
That's
June
so
23rd
awesome.
is the due date. Thank you.
Yeah.
And so I'm extremely grateful for that. I'm so grateful for my family, my wife, Aurora. We don't know the gender yet. We'll find that out in about a week. So we're going to be surprised and do like a cake. So yeah, I've got a lot to be grateful for, especially these last couple of years. My whole life's changed, and it's a different way to look at life. And it actually, I think, makes me a better astrologer, because it makes me focus on more areas. I never really focused on the 4th house ever in my life. I always was like, peace out.
Right.
I don't care.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, for
It
sure.
grounds me in a good way.
Yeah. And how's the front lines of the Pluto Sun opposition treating you?
The lesson with Pluto, I was born with it in exact square. So to me, it's kind of like, I was born with the square. Here's the opposition. So I just finished Pluto square for the last 2 years. And now I'm on the opposition the last 2. It ends December 26th for me. And the lesson always with Pluto is, don't you dare try and change it yourself. You just say, yes, dear, let me have another. Like you accept whatever is happening,
Right.
and you will move through it fine. Like,
yeah.
I think a lot of it was like the end of the old studio, and like literally 2 40-yard containers, which is, 10 tons of trash. and
Yeah.
like completely, you know, clearing out stuff that I'm not identifying with anymore that's hard to let go of, right? It's like hard to let go of, like you build the biggest TV studio for spirituality and shit, and you got to let it go and kind of move on. So there's a lot of that. Plus you let go of, you know, that part of myself, the old Leo King.
Plus there's all those relationships too, right? That you were connected with through that entire time.
That's
right?
true.
All these people that you worked with, did you find that you were like having to deal with some of that and move through some of that as well?
Yeah, when you're going through stuff, people leave stuff. So it's kind of, maybe that's my Taurus moon, but
Right. And it's
you know,
oh, this belonged to so and so, and then
yeah,
you
and,
keep
and you
right.
remember that, you remember this, and then just being in the area or thinking of old shows or old ideas or old meetings.
Mm-hmm.
But I really don't feel like it. I think in life you have conflicts, and that's a good thing. Like there's no problem with conflict. Nothing turned out horrible, right? It's just like sometimes you part ways with people differently, and most of them are good. So it's like, you know, it's like it's not going to be perfect all around. You look at
No,
where
it's
you could have been
never
different.
perfect. It's never always perfect.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it has been when you try something new, and you learn a lot of lessons from it, and you also learn the opposite side of the sun part of it is like, where do I give too much away? Right. So like Pluto also teaches that boundary line where, you know, I'm not the best with boundaries, to be very honest with you. And so a lot of situations in my life in relationships have become problems, or when I don't put up a boundary. I'm like, oh no, it's cool. It's cool. I'm a Leo. It's all good. No worries. No worries.
Right,
No worries.
right.
Till it becomes like way beyond handling. So I've learned a lot about that. And it's not about like how hard I put the boundary, but just the way that I just, okay, like, all right, let me actually do something about this, or at least say something so it doesn't get there. Opposed to always being, it's all good, it's all chill. You know, it's just, I'm a sun in the 12th. So it's in my 6th house, the Pluto transit now, in the opposition to my sun in the 12th. So there's the enemies are always in front of you in the 6th that you can see them. I'm used to hidden enemies. So I kind of like hidden enemies better because it's a little bit more fun. It's like Clue. Whereas it's kind of boring in the 6th. It's like, okay, I know who the person that doesn't like me is. It's like, oh, well, that's, you know.
Yeah.
I actually like the hidden enemies thing. But the hidden enemies aren't really popping out, you know, like it's more like the gophers pop out, and I feel like I'm Bill Murray just like chasing down gophers, smoking Kentucky bluegrass or something.
Yeah, 6th house is whack-a-mole, right? That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Just whack-a-mole. Before you jumped on, or maybe you heard this because you're in chat, I asked Evan about what it's like to be in public and people will actually recognize him and ask him, like, you know, astrological stuff. And I've never really asked you about that, but obviously, what's it like for you to be in public? Like, how do you deal with that?
Well, I think Evan's taken my position in that place over the last couple of years, which has been nice. So it's been kind of cool to, like, you know, people are kind of like, aren't you that guy from like the past? You know,
it's got its downsides because you know, it tends to be the same question every time.
That's true.
When am I going to make
question
money?
is what's about me, or what's going on with my sign, or it becomes, how do I, you know, it's kind of like a fantasy that people have. I think that the hard part of it is the extreme fanatical fantasy, you know, like to borderline psychosis stuff that shows up. Like,
right.
You mean to tell me you think I'm in your phone and I'm controlling your phone and I'm controlling your thoughts, or, you know, all those weird things? I think though, like on the more basic question, I mean, it was fun. I'm a Leo, so it's kind of cool showing up at a truck stop in the middle of nowhere to any part of LA to anywhere and just having people be like, hey, you're the Leo King. I think that most of the time it's cool. It's the ones that are the crazy ones with all those weird stories, or the ones that cause the FBI to show up at your place.
Yeah, right.
That's the hard part.
Have you gotten there yet, Evan?
The FBI. Well, not that I know of. Yeah, but Mars retrograde in my 12th house, so the hidden enemy will show up eventually. Through something like that. But I mean, David, I was going to say it's interesting how we've talked about this before, but how like my South node is at 0 Leo, North node 0 Aquarius, and like you've been dealing with that Pluto opposition and simultaneous with like my Pluto North node transit, and I find that transit also to be like really I don't know, like eye-opening, earth-shattering, whatever it is, but like everything in my life since I guess Pluto went into Aquarius has been like at volume 12 out of 10, like everything's at an extreme in every sense of like every range of emotion is extreme, like every opportunity is extreme, every pitfall is like really severe. And even as like a Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Venus, Pluto, etc., it's like it's almost like nothing can really prepare you for that, for the experience of that. There's like the experiential wisdom of like, okay, I'm actually, this is a direct experience all of a sudden in my transit. So I find that, I just find that interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to say just solar wise, right? That's the 4th house and your North node's there too. You brought up the emotion, but I also find Pluto on the North node is a really extreme, like one of the most extreme transits. It's not a subtle, shift into your alignment. It's very extreme. And then with Pluto there, it's like most people don't understand it. It's probably hard to relate with what you're going through as the universe is course correcting you, and people might take it the wrong way too, like and not understand all the complexities with it. It's like, no, the universe is taking me here whether you like it or not, right? So it's kind of like finding people who can be honestly understanding astrology, because even if people understand like consciousness or spirituality, it's still difficult because they believe too much in, well, you can just escape that transit fully. Like, it does life doesn't have to go that way. It's like, well, this is Pluto on my North node. Right. This is going to happen once in my life. And this is my once in a life moment where I am here to go this direction, whether I like it or you like it. There's another force that is going to make that happen, and it's going to be extreme. I like it. Right, I think it's a badass transit, although it's, I think, only equipped really good for people like you that understand it's happening. I think people who are in the deer in the headlights about anybody with North Node Aquarius, when Pluto actually does cross over it, it's going to be really difficult because, imagine people getting really sucked into all these different places in their life, especially if they have South Node and Leo.
Right.
Like that's like taking the king out of the castle and throwing him out with all the, the normal people, and then saying you got to sleep on a cot tonight.
Right. Especially with Mars on the South node right now.
Yeah. Although that's not, I know it's not like that for you, but somebody else.
Right. No, I mean but it feels like that scenario where it's like there is like you're on the edge of a knife. It could go either way at all times.
And any advice for Pearl Fox here? South node, 1 degree Aqua.
South node. Oh wow. Well,
the opposite.
The opposite. South node bringing up a lot of that karma, past life energy, past actions. But I find the Pluto nodal transit to.
Don't you think it would force her North node to become more active in some ways?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Right, like a rejection of being like a team player. It's like, okay, I'm going to stand out now, right? It really forces that bifurcation from the south to the north. It says, nope, you can't be here anymore, right? Pushes it to the surface. Like, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I was going to say it. Yeah, it's almost like South node, as Michael Luton said, who just passed 2 weeks ago, always referred to the South node as chocolate and the North node as broccoli. So it gives you your chocolate and makes you realize that, it almost kind of like gets it really quick too. And some situation happens in your life where your South node gets played out and you're like, oh, this is wonderful. And then Pluto goes, oh, no, it's actually not that good. I'm the candy man, and I'm going to put you in this van now and make you get in the broccoli chip where you really need to go. But
then when you get there, it's like, wow, broccoli is really great. Why did I sleep on it for so long? Right. Yeah.
I had Pluto cross my South node when I was like in high school, and that's when I lost my virginity. I have a South node in Sag at 5 degrees with conjunct Uranus there. in my fourth house. And it was like me, like, oh my God, like I finally, girls like me and all this stuff. I'm also a Leo, so solar wise, it's fifth. So it was like, oh, this romance. Oh, wait, I have a North Node in Gemini in the 10th house. It was like, oh, I can actually dump the chick. Ooh. So people thought I was crazy that, the first girlfriend I had, I dumped like very kind of coldly too. By just at the locker, like not going to work out anymore.
Right.
After many yearbooks with all the love letters, all that stuff, I'm like, yeah, not going to work out. Sorry.
And
I met a girl on AOL.
And in Gemini, let the gossip ensue, right? Like that's
correct.
Where it all takes
exactly.
off.
Yeah. And then actually that felt better. It's so weird.
I had Pluto cross my North Node when I was 5 years old. So
wow.
that was interesting. I mean, that's literally when we moved from the East Coast to California. So I showed up in California when Pluto hit my North Node.
Wow.
At 5. Yeah. It was a powerful journey. I'm not sure you guys are all that into sports that much, but this weekend you are. Okay. Did you watch any of the college football games this weekend?
Yeah, I saw Michigan do its upset again, like many upsets that it's been having.
Did you see the flag? The flag?
Yeah, I did.
The flag? Okay, so there were at least 4 of those that happened on Saturday.
Yeah,
and there were these melees on these fields. Coaches were going at it.
There was that brawl, like huge fight.
There were 4 of them. There were 4 of them yesterday that happened.
There was 4 fights.
4, and it was all around the flag stuff, like planting the flag, which is a very Sagittarian thing to do, right? To plant the flag. And today, Trevor Lawrence got steamrolled by this guy Aziz Al-Shair, dirty hit, and then brawl on the field with the Jaguars and the Texans. We were going to talk about this Antares conjunction with the new moon. Right. And very warlike, like the spirit of aggression and war was being played out on the football fields this weekend. And I think this might be a really good transition to start to talk about what we're going to talk about tonight.
Yeah. I think Evan should open up because he had brought up in our text about this Antares conjunction that he was really interested in.
Yeah. I mean, that was the first thing I noticed, and I'm sort of maybe almost biased in a way because like I have Mercury on Antares in my birth chart, Mars on Aldebaran, so retrograde. So early in my career, just like looking at learning about my own chart, I was like, well, what's going on with these fixed stars and like what do they symbolize? And throughout history, I mean, we've had so many activations of these stars, obviously, but a lot of these moments in history that are tied to this fixed star Antares are like for example 9/11, Pluto was still pretty close to that fixed star. Saturn was close to Aldebaran during the Gulf War. Actually, when I was born, a lot of the buildup to the Gulf War happened during that Mars retrograde in Gemini, while Mercury was on Antares for a while. And we even have an astrological lore just like that association with the Crusades, mainly because those fixed stars shifted signs around that time of the Crusades. So anytime I see it in, let's say, like someone's birth chart, depending on the planet involved, or in transits, I do see like ideological divide or division. I also see like charts of like preachers where those placements are pretty active. So I think that with the new moon, like a new moon at 9 degrees of Sag, it's like we already live in a world that I think is, well, I mean, there are, I think, religious wars going on towards the end of the age of Pisces, which we're in right now. And it's like, as the North Node goes into Pisces next year, I feel like there's a lot of like attachment to religion again. But like, there's different sort of proxies for that. You could have it be like religion through the lens of like, yeah, sure, athletics, or you could have it be religion through the lens of, your social beliefs or something. So I feel like this new moon is one of these. Also, I would just add that like with Antares, it does have a lot to do with like military strategy along with Aldebaran. So it's like, even if you're not seeing, which we are seeing a lot of activity in like whatever the theater of war right now, it's like, even the things we're not seeing like are like, there's still a lot happening behind the scenes, right? So like, I feel like right now with this new moon, like what you're seeing with like Russia and Ukraine and NATO. Like there's all kinds of factions that are strategizing for, you know, the times ahead when we get all this Aries energy with Saturn and Neptune. So I feel like there's a lot of stuff happening on background right now related to that sort of strategizing. And you know, I think, yeah, this new moon kicks it off.
Yeah, I mean, I relate with what you say. I was born with Uranus on Antares and my North Node on Aldebaran, and it's interesting that both are very big on the war front, both stars.
Yeah,
it's weirder though that Aldebaran and Gemini, it's allowed to do it by God. That's what Archangel Michael is allowed to do, such things as, you know, say things that might not be fully true in order to do it for the good, right? So there's like this kind of hall pass. Antares, there's no hall pass, so it can go really evil. It could have a lot of power though. It could do good as well. But the problem is when it goes past those boundary lines, it could go into destruction.
Yeah, Antares is the berserker, right?
Yeah,
like Aldebaran,
red giant. It is the largest sun.
Yeah, it's the berserker
galaxy. So.
And Aldebaran draws up the plans, right? Aldebaran says, okay, this is where we unleash the berserker. Prince William has Mercury conjunct Aldebaran. And I've always thought that by the way, I have not seen Prince William in months now. Have you guys noticed that? Like he's almost as absent as the rest of the royals.
They had an OpenAI video of him and Kate and his family like 2 months ago. I mean a normal video.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Anyway, he has a very interesting placement of Aldebaran in his chart. Very, very schematic. So, what's going on behind the scenes now, fellas? What do you think is being cooked up here? We have Trump and Mar-a-Lago. By the way, Trump has also not been seen for quite a while. So you got Trump and Mar-a-Lago. We've got all these appointments, some of which seem very pro-Israel, very pro-Zionist. Some of them don't, maybe not as much. And we have the all quiet on the Western Front, so to speak, with the opposition. So before we jump into some of this war scenario, why don't we just kind of backtrack a little bit and pick up on the election and the post-election vibe and the astrological side of things with that?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that it was really very end of Pluto Capricorn this election, because after it happened, and then of course it was 2 weeks after the election, we saw Pluto leave Capricorn for good.
Right.
It feels like people finally have just been like, okay, this is what it is, and have moved through a lot of the political energy, which has finally been, I think, a blessing. I think that's, again, end of a Pluto transit is it comes to this extreme peak moment. And I think those weeks leading to the election were extreme, right? Like it became like a circus. Like if you think about just like all the political aspects, like, oh, they're going on a podcast or not, this ad, this one, it just became this like, you know, media frenzy as well, with Neptune at the end of Pisces, but stopped retrograde, just sitting there. I really feel like it really has finally been like, that transit's over, because more people now, they're showing in data right now, you know, people who are Democrats have kind of energetically just like been like, okay, I don't want to fight anymore. Like there's nothing to fight for. Of course, Republicans feel like they won, but at the same time, they're just kind of like, okay, like this is what it is. There's still a lot of problems. So I think there's more common ground now, I think, being found. You're also seeing a lot of people on both sides kind of like coming together and like finding more commonality than we've seen in a long time. I would actually say since 2008. I think that of course that was the beginning of Pluto Capricorn, and we saw an extreme divide. That's what ended up building the Tea Party, right, in 2010 into 2011. And there has really not been a lot of this like, oh gosh, you know, the Young Turks are against the centralists and liking parts of the Trump policies, right? So you're seeing the far right and the far left get along, and you're seeing the people in the middle not. It's really interesting.
Yeah, Anna Kasparian's transformation has been amazing.
Right.
Right. Yeah, totally amazing. What are your thoughts, Evan?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that there's different, you know, sort of visions of like what the Pluto and Aquarius transit will be like. And like, you know, some people thought that, oh, well, Harris is going to represent this sort of like rise of the feminine. But then, it's like, if you actually like look at the moves that Trump is making now with like his cabinet picks, it's like there is this vision of like, doing a lot of Aquarian things as well, though, like using AI to basically like drive, I don't know, government efficiencies, whatever Doge represents. Also, like basically nominating people who are like, yeah, like I want to basically, create more transparency, like Kash Patel being like, hey, like these are like the Epstein files, we'll just release them. And it's like, that to me is sort of like an Aquarian idea of like dismantling. And also though, what I'm seeing just politically is like, remember that all these outer planets, social planets, pretty much going into fire and air next year. As the Democrats do soul searching, it's like they're going to need someone to represent their party who kind of represents the fire air archetypes, right? Someone who's like really decisive, someone who's bold. And but I agree with David. Like, I have noticed that a lot of people are moving beyond sort of election day, and like realizing, as I've just talked about on my channel, it's like, hey, just like look locally, like if you feel like you don't like the way things are going, or you like the way things are going, whatever, just like try to build that influence like in your own circles. And like even what we're doing right now, I feel like is pretty Aquarian, like bringing different audiences together, we all have different opinions. Our audiences may have different opinions, but it's like, hey, like, let's just talk about, returning power, not just to ourselves, but like to the people, again, that we're sort of connecting with. So, I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling echoes also of like, not like JFK literally, but like, maybe a little bit with like this whole idea of like, hey, we're going to expose corruption. And that's the thing I'm wondering about a lot right now. Is like, it feels like Trump is going for, again, like sort of a streamlining of the, federal government, and, just like becoming more, or returning a little bit more power to the people. But it's like, how is that, like, what kind of reaction is that going to generate in Washington? Right? Like, what does his path to Inauguration Day look like? I mean, is he safe? Like there's a lot of stuff I wonder about with that.
Yeah, I think you bring up a really good point. Like, tonight's topic is about war, and has the so-called left or the Democrats, laid down the sword, or are they still covertly planning to have a piece of the action? And also, we saw, it was so weird, right? As we headed into Pluto and Aquarius, we saw this weird inversion taking place. David, we talked about this on election night. So you had Kamala Harris teaming up with Bush and Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney and what's his name, Mitt Romney. And then on the Trump side, you had RFK and Tulsi Gabbard, and sort of the trickle over effect of like the Anna Kasparians of the world. So we started to see this really interesting inversion happening on both sides. But one of the things that we do know is that Trump has redefined the Republican Party, period, of end of story, right? There really is no Republican Party anymore in the way that we used to know it. But we have these rhinos. We have the Murkowskis and the Mitch O'Connells and the Thunes, and and they're part of this kind of covert war in some ways, not just on Trump, but also on the American people, right? And then they have their allies on the so-called left, and that's another layer of conflict and war. And I'd love to get both your insights into that, especially through this Pluto and Aquarius lens.
Well, I think you bring up great looking at the senators, because I thought it was actually the Democrat Cory Booker coming out in support of, more of the RFK Make America Healthy Again vision.
Yeah.
That it's one of those curveballs. Like maybe they weren't thinking about it. They thought they had all the Democrats in the bag. And it's like, oh no, Cory Booker's he's seeing a picture of like, how do I unify? And, because there's a lot of Democrats now going, we're not going to win unless we actually change our tune. And I think he's a good example of somebody who kind of stayed a little bit behind the scene. Of course, he said some stuff in the past, but he did kind of stay in the back through this last thing. And now he's kind of stepping forward, kind of wanting to say, hey, there's no party lines here. I think we can agree the food situation and all those kind of things, right? So it's kind of like, I think there's all those curveball people that are going to start showing up. out of nowhere. Like, I don't think anybody's for sure in the bag per se, right? I think the whole Matt Gaetz appointment was the secret with Speaker Mike Johnson, like that him and Trump had, right? Because there was the ethics report. Gates pulls out right before they pull it to make it seem like it was this disastrous report that the media would do, and that which senators could they smoke out to see who would accept the Gates appointment or not. Because Pam Bondi was always going to be the choice because she's a for sure. She's actually better equipped than most AGs are usually picked. So it was an interesting smoke out. And they've had this little like secret. If you just follow Matt Gaetz's page, I mean, he's just been posting, his wife has been posting especially all these pictures and what's kind of coming up next, and kind of like alluding to that there's some other surprise coming. So I think it's been interesting of the surprises, but I also think too that you see the governors right now of the big Democratic states, right? Like California and Illinois. It reminds me of Neptune the last time it was here in Pisces and made its ingress into Aries for the Civil War, of what happened with Abraham Lincoln when he got just elected, hadn't even been inaugurated yet. In between, the states started coming up for their own state conventions they wanted to bring up, but also within their own states, this idea of we're not going to follow what the federal government or the president says, period, before him even doing anything yet. And that's what's happening in California with Governor Newsom. Actually, it's going to be tomorrow, December 2nd. He has filed to have the whole legislature in California get together where they can find ways to change parts of the California Constitution to not follow the federal government about laws that are done here. And there's, that's what's interesting about this federalized system and state system that we're in, because there are some things where the federal government does have its say so that we always follow. So you have somebody like Newsom, or even what's going on in Illinois, or, they're trying to say, hey, we're going to do it our own way. And that's exactly what happened in the South with the southern states.
Right.
And so that to me is the scarier part than I think more of the Senate stuff.
Yeah, we're in that run up with that Neptune in Aries, which of course is the demarcation of the Civil War. What are your thoughts around this, Evan?
Yeah, I mean, I think that so far, Trump's painted a very clear vision that starkly contrasts with like Biden's vision, obviously, but it's like a lot about peeling back the administrative layers of the federal government. And I do think that, well, the the transit that I keep looking at that sort of confuses me, honestly, with like where things are headed right now is like this upcoming January 6th. Like there is a really weird thing that's happening where like Mars is retrograding back into Cancer that day, 29 Cancer, and squaring Mars from January 6, 2021. Because it was post-retrograde Mars in Aries that time, 29 Aries. So we have 29 Aries, 29 Cancer, a clear square. And that feels to me, especially with Mars retrograde in Cancer, of like the homeland, like it feels like there's some sort of like a follow-up chapter to that, to January 6th, which obviously is in a totally different context now because like Trump won the election. So it's like hard to envision exactly what the sort of again, like the rehash would look like, but like that even like shows me that there's some landmines before even like we get to January 20th. Like that's just like the thing I keep thinking about is like Trump again is painting this like very I don't know, like he seems like very resolute in what he wants to do. And I'm just like wondering about, again, hidden enemies. Speaking of hidden enemies, like what kind of hidden enemies does he have right now? As he like makes these like sort of, again, like very decisive cabinet picks, as he gets Elon Musk involved and whatnot. So, I mean, I'm curious, like, what you guys think. Like, do you feel like that, like, what does that mean exactly to you guys? Like the fact that we're getting this Mars retrograde back into Cancer, like, do you think that is sort of the spark of some like proto like civil war eventually, or do you feel like that is more of just like people commemorating something about it?
I feel like it's going to be your outrage. I mean, there are a number of people that are in prison that shouldn't be there. And I think that the Mars retrograde in Cancer will be like the emotional outrage around that. And it feels like, their time is past due in terms of having their cases reviewed. And it just feels to me like that Mars retrograde in general is the rising temperature of the American people, and I think that the January 6th commemoration will be a catalyst for something like that, and anything else along the way, right? And I think there's been some pressure release with the Trump election, but there's still a lot of pressure there. The American people are walking around with a lot on their shoulders and a lot on their plates, financially, economically. There's this existential threat with AI coming, right? And it's not only that, but we tend to, in some ways, isolate because we live here in this country, but the rest of the world is also going through a real pressure cooker as well. So it feels to me like that Mars retrograde is either an overt or covert attempt on the spirit of the people, like the folk, trying to regain some of their power, or at the very least be validated in that something like January 6th was kind of a setup in a lot of ways, right? And I think that it's going to be a really interesting time for Trump, but not quite at that 29th degree, right? It's got to push back a little bit and kick in with his Saturn, and I think with his Venus. But I mean, that's my feeling. And if anything, happens along the way, that it will spark this Mars retrograde, which again is very kind of colloquial. Cancer's looking backwards, right? It's not looking forward. It's looking back at who we were and what we were and the traditions that we celebrated and the things that we once believed about, this place that we live in. And so that Mars retrograde, I think, could be quite interesting, that it evokes kind of the spirit of the past. And maybe it's volatile, or maybe it's just long overdue. What about you, David?
Well, I like how Evan brought up, the square to where Mars was at the January 6th of 2021, because so we can always think about what happened at the Capitol and so forth, but the real thing that happened was the 25th Amendment, right? There was an amendment made in there about now that the vice president is a ceremonial role. And so Mars retrograde in Cancer feels like hands tied, like behind our back, especially if you think of Trump too. Mars retrograde is going to happen in his 12th house here next week. And the way that it's looking like, just even the DNC put out that video of Kamala, who obviously looks drunk and obviously looks like she's in a hotel. And even Democrats are like, what the hell? What's going on? She's in debt. She's trying to act like Joy. It's not feeling well. And Biden just pardoned Biden just pardoned his son, Hunter Biden, right? Just about an hour ago from this show.
Yeah.
To me, it feels like there's like some sort of black swan event coming in, especially with what's happening in Ukraine. What's happening with Russia, to where it does feel like, my prediction has been for the last couple of months of like, something is going to happen, and I still believe this, that's going to make Harris become president. I think there was a lot of astrologers who got it right that she would become president, just not the next president as far as for another term, right? But because her chart had a lot of things that showed she could become president really fast. They were both pretty, equal. So I feel like there's something brewing here about her coming in. Who is that vice presidential ceremonial role? Are the Democrats going to say that we haven't appointed one yet? Like these kind of weird procedures, and also the American people being like, we don't want her in there during this crazy crisis moment. It feels like there's a crisis moment in America having to define, do we shift again and change the amendment again to allow in transition between inauguration day? Because the inauguration days has Sun Pluto conjunct, but it's again the day prior, right? The Sun Pluto last year, or this year, 2024, was at 29:59 Capricorn. So we haven't seen the Sun and Pluto actually make their conjunction yet in Aquarius, which will be at 0, or it'll be at 1 degree on January 21st. So there is that weird 2 weeks there where are we going to have an inauguration that's traditional on January 20th? Because it feels weird. In history, we only had one Sun-Pluto inauguration, and it was back when they used to be in March, and it was for Monroe in the 1820s. So it feels very like something's going to show up here that's going to go back to this new way that it's supposed to be done that's never been done before. It's just a ceremonial role. And the person that's in that role right now was the person who lost the election and is teetering horribly, not only just in likability, but also there's questions about her own mental health right now, or where is she? There's questions about the president right now. Where is he? There's this whole crisis going on, and he's the one also instigating war with Russia. I mean, that's never happened before. Even in the Cold War, we never thought about shooting at Russia.
Is he really though? I mean, he's a mouthpiece, but it feels to me like the instigators are at another level. But I mean, he's there, right? He's in the cockpit.
Well, why didn't he wait till January 19th to pardon Hunter Biden? That means something's coming up.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Like,
well,
you wait till the last days. You don't.
So you think
right?
that he did it now because he'll be out.
Correct.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, but I think you bring up a great point. Like, is Harris even mentally and emotionally fit to step into that role? I was watching a James Carville. I don't watch James Carville. I mean, the guy's Skeletor, right? But I was watching a James Carville video, and he's bringing up these questions. Where did all the money go? Like, you have somebody who's a deep Democratic insider, right? And he's asking the questions, where did all this money go? So not only does Harris have an issue with, what's going on between her ears, but there are people in her own party now, older, hardcore, old school Democrats that are quickly becoming very distrustful of the machine that she was a part of. So that's another layer to this. It's not like
to Obama, because it was,
yes, it's not like everybody's rowing in the same boat on their side, right? They're not.
Mm-hmm.
They're totally not.
Well, I was going to say too, with Harris, it's like, I mean, I'm a little surprised that she hasn't like fully taken on the presidency like yet in Biden's term, but like, just thinking about the fact that her secondary progressive moon is lined up with the U.S. sun still by like a degree, but she clearly is, from a progress chart perspective, like in a position to maybe like take that on. But then, like you're saying, like Pluto square her Mercury right now, it's like we don't, she might be like kind of not so subtly terrified by the prospect, and it's like she probably doesn't even want. I don't know if she would even want to be in that position right now. So like, it's I don't know if you guys have heard these sort of like rumblings in like the astrology community, but like I've heard from a couple of people that like Harris's birth time might be wrong, but like I know her Rodden rating is like AA. So I'm not sure if that's like is grounded in anything. But someone was saying that like she might be a Taurus rising, which would kind of make sense in some ways, but I don't know if that's like
it's sour grapes. Somebody got it wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I trust the AA, Rodden rating, especially from AstroDNS. They don't mess around.
Yeah.
Plus, she's a total Gemini, right? Are you kidding me? She's a total Gemini rising.
Right.
Right.
Well, she has those Taurus rising teeth, but other than that, yeah, she's definitely more of Gemini.
Yeah, because there's kind of two versions of her. There's the hidden version, that's this version that you have no idea what's going on, and this other version that's very out there, very vocal, and then kind of falls back to the other side where people, I feel like she's made a lot of people upset. There's a lot of people rooting for her. I've noticed in the astrology community, there's a lot of, and then actually it's more in the tarot community online. There's this whole entire swell of she won the election and Biden's going to get Trump and Elon Musk stole it by using the satellites. And it's really weird because in 2020, if we were questioning it by using astrology, and actually there were videos of double voting, all these kind of crazy stuff, and all the mail-in ballots and the weird stuff that happened, we weren't allowed to talk about it. They condemned us. Now it is recommended on my YouTube. I don't know these astrologers. I don't know these tarot readers. They're all like more new people, but it is like 200,000, 400,000 views, and they all believe it. So there's this actual cult going on that actually believes right now that it was stolen by Elon. And there's this interesting kind of like, I feel like there's a psyop going of like, it's exactly what everybody thought in 2020.
Right. And I think that's part of the Mercury retrograde squaring Saturn eventually is like, let's look at the process of 4 years ago, because, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, it's like the 20 million vote gap between 2020 and now is like so astonishing that I feel like statistically
nobody wants to talk about it.
It's not possible.
Nobody wants to talk about it.
Well, I think
This Neptune retrograde in Pisces, right? Like it's forcing us to look back at 2020, but now it seems like the part of the astrological community that got it wrong is using this Neptune retrograde in Pisces for a completely different effect, right? It's kind of like we're going to completely revision what happened. You know, I get people, or I've seen people on my thread on Twitter, and they're just absolutely convinced that some Democrat is going to become president in the next 2 years. I'm like, well, where are they getting that from? There's absolutely no, kind of credence to that whatsoever. And it's just based on this kind of weird, like vapor and fume and hopium, but it's like reverse hopium in some ways.
Right.
I think it feels very much like Neptune stationing right now as we're speaking, as it stations direct right after Mars stations retrograde here this week. So there's something about this Mars retrograde that's connected with Neptune also for the first time going, oh, I'm going back into Aries in 165 years, right? It's been around to this last end of Pisces and going, oh, when it stations direct next week or this week coming up, I'm going into Aries. And so to me, there is that weird part where we're watching the true node, right, come to the end of Aries, beginning of Aries, and ready to come into Pisces here. And all these planets that are going to be meeting up here this spring, it really feels like right now to that point is going to be the most extreme situations that make the last 4 years kind of like, it's going to be a whole different vibe. But I think a lot of people are expecting extreme is always going back to the Capricorn thing and what happened in 2020 of just whether it was lockdowns or whether it was the control mechanisms. It's going to be so far out there and sloppy and all over the place what's about to come. But there is a aggression aspect. Mars opposite Pluto multiple more times while it's retrograde. Mars coming back into Cancer, fall position, while the North Node's in Aries, and there's going to be a nice trine with that Mars and that North Node, even as the North Node comes into Pisces. But even when we get to that, collective draconic chart, when it goes to 000 Aries, it's Mars retrograde,
right,
in Cancer.
Yeah,
that we all have for the next 19 years, that the collective has. Like it was interesting. The one 19 years ago was Mars conjunct Saturn in Leo, direct. And so it's interesting now that we're going to see this Mars. There's something connected to this Mars retrograde, this Neptune stationing direct, and a little bit of that Delulu, and with Saturn and Neptune together, but not going to conjunct till next 2026 January. It's like, I can't even believe it. The speed of those two planets and the fact they get so close and they don't, and that they don't conjunct in Pisces, to me, just blows my mind. They miss the whole sign together. So they are together the whole time of Saturn's time through Pisces, and they don't meet there. They meet in Aries. That also means that a lot of the vapor you were talking about, it's going to be just sucked out so fast with the reality check. And as Evan was saying earlier, this air and fire energy is very extroverted.
Oh man,
I've been warning people who are very introverted, like, this is not going to be a fun couple decades here. It's the world of the extrovert coming.
Right. Well, I was going to say really quick with the retrograde swap of Neptune and Mars, like that is going to bring up a lot of health questions, but especially with like cardiac health, like what's in the blood, basically, which, we can go really deep with that. But like, I just feel like there is a lot of questioning there as well of like, well, what are people putting in their bodies? So
I love that you brought that up, especially about the blood, the cardio, the heart. And then even with like Neptune and Pisces, the psychological, like we're seeing the mental health crisis in the world right now reach new levels every day, every week, every month. Children having mental health problems to anxiety disorders. So it's like this combo of both happening at the same time. And when we're talking about war, if you look at the numbers of volunteers for the United States when it comes to all the services, it's the lowest it's ever been. And many can't even get in because they're either too fat or they're diabetic, right? That they actually can't get in. So there's a problem with actually recruiting. So they just made the draft a couple months ago, an automatic draft. Now it's no longer, okay, after high school, I have a choice on whether I draft or not myself and make a draft card, like that I actually sign up for the selective service. I actually am automatically put in. And so there's another bill that has the idea of women being put in, that the Republican now House and Senate are going to have to vote on, and President Trump. And
That's
so
not gonna happen.
I agree. I'm just saying that it's interesting though that all those things were set up and they're all coming up in this next couple month cycle here.
Yeah. So I put this chart up here. I'm sure you guys can see it. And this is the first time where after all the retrogrades take place, right? Because we know Saturn goes into Aries and it goes back. And so there's Neptune. Neptune goes into Aries, dances a little bit with Pisces. But to David's point, they never really link up together in Pisces. So after all the smoke clears, February 15th, 2026, this is when they both fully land together in the sign of Aries. And this is what the chart looks like on that day. So we got a Sun-Mars conjunction in Aries. There's Pluto conjunct the moon. The moon is balsamic. Ironically, Uranus here has not fully moved into Gemini yet, right? It's still at 27 Taurus. So we're still hanging on a little bit to the last remnant of Earth. And then just after this, we'll see Uranus go into Gemini. But this is the day right here where these two celestials come together. What are you guys' thoughts about this and then this chart in general for this day?
Well, I mean, it's interesting because, coming into this show, a lot of the notes I have are about April 2026, because, I'll talk about this day too, but eventually after this, 2 months later, we get Mars and Aries again. And with the lunar nodes, by the way, squaring Aldebaran and Antares at this time. So, we do have yet again this sort of idea of is it a religious war? Is it a war around certain other ideologies, East versus West? Is it generational? Who knows? But I think that all this Aquarian energy is showing that, hey, people are I don't know. I think that they might be striving for some kind of collective change, but that balsamic moon is definitely clearing things out, and I think about Saturn Neptune conjunctions as the clearing out of systems, right? Entire systems. It doesn't, whether it's the Berlin Wall falling or something else, but, it's how steady are the institutions at that time that we have, built our lives around. So I feel like you're right, Robert, that the balsamic phase is really telling, actually. It just feels like something is, winding down, not just in that sort of 38-year cycle, but even in that lunation cycle. So, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, looking at Nostradamus, he based a lot of his predictions based off Saturn's ingress at the 0 point of Aries, and would use it not just in the 29.5-year cycle, but look at it in 7 cycles and then use another 3 to get to the century 10, which is X. And so and looking at that with Neptune being there, it's the start of this cycle, but it feels like it's so dry there. Saturn's at fall in Aries. Neptune's not going to be happy in Aries, right? It is not a place. It's fire. It's cardinal. And, even though Saturn's cardinal too, Saturn falls there. It doesn't have a lot of control there in Aries, right? So it's going to be this really interesting moment where, gosh, if you just think of all the media or the spirituality over these last, since 2011 into 2012 with Neptune, it's going to be so different. It's going to be very, I don't know. It's going to, I think, feel very much pre Neptune Pisces again, just of course a little different, of course, but that energy where we felt like the sun is stoned, the universe is stoned, and we're all on acid is coming off. And so it feels like a rude awakening of you're in it now, kind of it reminds me of a movie where it's everything seems all chill and then bang, it just happens in your face, which Aries is the face. So a lot of stuff's coming into our face here. Uranus, I think, even though it's at the end of Taurus, it is the dispositor to that Pluto that's in there. So and to me, that's not making any stability at all, because that Uranus is, to me, it's like, I always think of the Sentinels in the Matrix, like just drilling and just and getting into the earth. And so I feel like there is this just like reality moment that's coming, and it's going to play out in 2025. I think that's the most unstable year. But I think this is that point to where whatever all this crazy shit that's going to happen, which I'm sure we're going to talk about, it does kind of solidify itself into like defining the chapters of our history books, defining what life's going to be, that it will never come back to this place and feel as relevant again where we're at right now, or where we have been. I feel like after that point, life's defined for a long time. And we do get the nice Pluto Uranus trine, but that's again more the 2027 stuff. So it feels like, especially this 2025, we see this, because if you were to look at a 2025 chart, it looks like Saturn Neptune. They do come to that first degree and so forth. We see them come there, but we don't see them meet, and we see them do retrograde back. So it's interesting that it is going to be something we could come back to again by that time period.
Right. And I was going to add too, and I love those points. Like, as a new paradigm comes in, it's like, how aware are we going to be about these new systems? Because like with Pluto already just barely in Aquarius, like Australia is banning social media for, I think people 16 and under, which is like a clear attempt at, digital ID, control of messaging, maybe eventually. So like, what does the world look like even a year and a half from now? It's like, is the messaging bottlenecked on social media? Like, can people even like discuss what's going on? So like, I find it kind of interesting that, the covert versus overt type of thing, it's like a lot of the changes that are happening might not even be, the collective might not be aware of them yet. Like there could be an entirely different, type of government that's not bound by, physical boundaries, like, is it a different type of coalition that's coming through here?
Go ahead, David.
I was going to say, looking at like Saturn Neptune, it was in Pisces. They made a conjunction in 1523, and it was heresy laws, right? It was like trying to control the output of all the stuff that happened in 1517 with the thesis that was put by, oh God, what's his name? I'm lost at the moment here. By Martin Luther, right? So they tried to stop it in Holland. Because that's where all the printing presses were putting out in all the different languages, thoughts other than what was in the Catholic Church. It didn't last long. But the fact that they're not meeting in Pisces, and there's been this extreme religious kind of like, especially in our community, right? I don't know how many videos are out there. Ex-tarot, ex-astrologer, now Christian, right? Like there's this huge, just like religious.
Well, it seems like for everyone of them, there's 5 new ones though. Right. I mean,
that's true. Yeah. But I think it's weird that it's meeting in Aries. So there is some sort of quelling. Saturn on Neptune there. Anything that is kind of too far out, Saturn is reeling it in extremely and doing its best to make sure it doesn't, Neptune is very broad. It is very boundaryless. And so Saturn at least is going to try to contain some of that boundary. And especially when it comes to war, it even could be like, I don't know, some sort of governing body that's trying to stop people from using certain weapons. But is that possible? I think we're seeing that now with the ICC trying to come after Netanyahu, stuff like that. Nothing's going to happen. They're not part of it. America's not part of it, right? There would have to be a bigger situation, or it brings me back to Uranus, where it's at in Taurus right now, or where it's at then even. That's really where World War II gets its extreme beginnings.
Right.
And so if you think about it, it's not till that time in Gemini where, after the war in 47 that we actually get to Nuremberg trials and stuff like that to come after the Nazis and so forth then. So it's one of those, things where I think a lot of people, somebody had wrote to me when I posted we were doing this, like, I hope you're going to be talking about peace on Earth. And it's like, well, I think that there's always peace on Earth, right? Depends on how you look at it. There's a perspective aspect. There's always a form of peace you can find within yourself. But I think there is something here that's I like that Evan brought up the social media thing. You know, what's it leading to that's bigger? It does feel like there is also some sort of control of some sort of narrative, Neptunian, very Oz-like, and Aries, very defined, right? Could be very in our face, something that, you know, is using some sort of trick energy in a way, like a Neptunian kind of weird way. It also could be, you know, Neptune is the ruler of the outpost that reports back to the fortress. That's an old Aleister Crowley 1890s perspective that he wrote about, right? That Neptune is the one that is the outpost to the big fortress, that is the one that sends the signal back home, right? Like
that was pre-Pluto, right?
Correct. Yeah. And Aleister Crowley is the first person to really, as an astrologer, before he went all crazy Satanist, actually write on Neptune in actually an astrological way, and actually
that's
make
why.
a lot of
So has Pluto become the outpost now?
Well, I would say Neptune still is, right? If you think about an outpost, it's always like looking at what's out there, right? Where Pluto can get lost like in a very specific zone and be like more of the SEAL team, you know, like, whereas like Neptune is that outpost. It's like, what's out there in the bushes over there? What's over there? What's coming up in the sky? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what's over there, but there's something out here, you know?
To me, Neptune's the watcher, right? It's like, you know, Pluto has this intensity and will take you into the underworld. But Neptune is like the watcher. There's this almost passive, at times, quality with Neptune. Not all the time, but it's got that watcher vibe to it. Let me ask you guys a question about this Neptune Saturn conjunction. I'm gonna drop one word into the conversation, and I want to see where it hits you. Okay, the word is Rome.
Well, I think about currency a lot with Rome and these transits. Like, I think about Pluto being disposited by Uranus in Taurus, like you said, David. And, when we think about empires, there's a lot of reasons why empires may fall, whether they overexpand or whatnot, or there's like a disease or something. But like, I think in this case, it's like, what's going on with the US dollar? You know, where is that trending? You know, I'm not like here to advocate for a specific like cryptocurrency or something, but like, is there something happening here where like the value of the dollar is, just has tanked? I don't know if that would be like that probably would be one of the main drivers that would strip the US of maybe some of its influence. I mean, we're already seeing that right now with like Trump, threatening tariffs against the
100% tariff. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, to me, like with Pluto last being in Aquarius when the US dollar was created for obvious reasons, I don't remember. I mean, David, you probably have the chart for that, but like, I don't remember where Pluto was exactly by degree in Aquarius when the US dollar became like adopted as the currency. But
it was after the Continental Congress money, and after the war, it was basically not worth nothing because
I did a whole show on this last week. It was when Robert Morris created right basically the new dollar, and created the first central bank of the United States in Pennsylvania, which lasted for a while. Then Pennsylvania revoked its charter. I think Pluto was at 4 degrees right around then.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, the Pluto return there, I think that will be a huge factor.
Yeah, and there was a very Pluto part of it of like changing this worthless money into trying to make it worth something. Yeah. Which I think that's what crypto is, right? It's like taking debt dollars and debt currency all around the world and converting it into a whatever you're buying in an exchange, and it's still based off money that was debt, and trying to say that there's no debt with it now. So it's like trying to erase the debt. But when I think of Rome, I think it never died, it never fell.
Right. And do you think, because I'm going somewhere with this, and it has to do with Trump, and it has to do with Trump as the new Caesar. And this is not a value-based judgment. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying that Trump has this potential to be the new Caesar. right? Like he has potentially more political capital than just about anybody who's come before him. Like he's decimated the Republican Party. There is really no Republican Party anymore. And
no, his daughter-in-law is the chair.
Right. And after this last election, what's left of the Democratic Party? Right? Like the Democratic Party, as it was redefined by Barack Obama in 2008 and 2009, even that doesn't exist. Like whatever kind of,
or the Clinton version of 2016, or
that's right. That's all gone. There's no currency left in that. So Trump has done this. He's done this thing, right? That's almost Caesar-like in some ways. Like whatever you think of him or whatever you think of the methods, like there's this concentration of power now that, and they may bitch and moan, and you may get your Joe Thunes and your Murkowskis and whatever, right? But what we've noticed with Trump is that at the end of the day, a lot of that doesn't really matter, right? These things just keep moving forward as a result of whatever, right? Maybe it's his, Mars and his ascendant in Leo, which is just going to be consistent, and just, like a battering ram, whether it's that Sun-Saturn conjunction and the endurance, right? Like whatever magic, whatever, astrological juice he's channeling, this is what's happening. And now we're finally seeing people leave the country. I mean, in 2016, they said they were going to leave and they never left. And now they're really leaving. Right. So that's a whole nother iteration of this thing.
I know he's not even in there yet, though.
I know, but it's still happening.
Oh, I know.
It's still happening. Right. So I'm just throwing this out there. Right. That there's this, I think there's this, and it's, again, it is not, I'm not pro or I'm not con. I'm just kind of noticing that if we're in the discussion of war and we have these war theaters going on, and right now, let's be honest, right? We're in these proxy wars, which is very Neptunian, isn't it? It's like, well, we'll send some missiles over there and we'll send some people to Poland and we'll make sure that, they know what to do, right? It's all very hidden, occluded. Maybe this is Pluto and Capricorn shit, right? But clearly we're involved in these wars right now. We're just not directly involved in these wars. Well, what happens if we do become directly involved in a war? What kind of army will we drum up? Who will we fight? That's another question. And is Trump, in this regard, the new Caesar? And to your point, David, Rome never went away, but is this a new iteration of the new Rome? And I'm looking at this right here, this Neptune-Saturn conjunction.
Yeah, a lot of those have to deal with the popes always and the center of Rome that never left. But also, I love because it brings up, now that we are in Pluto Aquarius, there was no America yet. It took a long time till the Constitutional Convention, or even till after the war. It was just still this wannabe republic, just these 13 colonies that were all trying to come together as this Continental Congress, right? And they didn't do much up until they had the convention for the Constitution, and they couldn't agree, and they got split into federalists and anti-federalists. And so I feel like there's that happening right now. But with Trump, he's a federalist because he's very anti-federalist and federalist. He's going to keep the federal government because he's going to want power in some sort of way, right? But he's also doing these anti-federalist things. But I think it kind of begs a weirder question where it's like, all right, so this idea of like maybe a Caesar or Rome, to me, I think when I look at Uranus at the last time I was in Taurus here, FDR was sending all of our ships that were old, all of our tanks to England at the time. It wasn't United Kingdom, right? To England and to the king, right? Helping them out because they were dealing with the war. Right.
They didn't have shit since World War I happened.
Right.
And were bankrupt and actually owed the United States money.
Sounds like Ukraine, because a part of that money they owe back. Some of it was done as loans. Right.
Yeah.
So it does feel like, oh, Trump's going to come in and pull a George Washington on his farewell speech and say, oh, we're neutral. Always stay neutral. Don't have allies. Don't always commit because then you're stuck. That's his farewell speech, George Washington, when he left office. So it feels like this whole, like, we're just going to be neutral. That's going around a lot. But that's what happened at the beginnings of World War II, is America acted neutral. And out of nowhere, Pearl Harbor happens. So to me, that Saturn Neptune, it is some sort of controlled event with Neptune there being kind of a show that's got the theme of Aries, which is war, right? So it feels very Pearl Harbor-like and presenting the neutrality approach. Like, we're not wanting to cause any enemies anywhere right now.
Oh, we've crossed that Rubicon.
I know we have, but I'm just saying, like, we crossed that Rubicon even with FDR, right? And, you know, you could say that's why the Japanese did it, right? But, you know, I think there's that weird part of Uranus and Taurus where who you think your ally is changes quick and the values change. And so, like, you know, we say Russia's not our ally, but are they? I think that's going to be more of the, we've done more together, space. We're the ones who always have the nuclear treaties. You know, you even hear Putin warning Trump here in the last week of that he's going to be assassinated again, right? So there is this weird who's really on which team right now, and none of the teams are set.
Right. Can you see this, David? You mentioned Russia, right?
Yeah.
And as you were talking, I threw this chart up here. Can you see Russia's midheaven on this chart? Can you see that?
Yeah, it's at 1 Aries.
That's right. And can you see where Saturn and Neptune are going?
Yeah, I mean, what we just saw in Ukraine last week, and with Putin using that new ICBM and having all those flashpoints on it, was a nuclear way of showing, hey, I'm not screwing around.
Right.
A lot of people just kind of, let me get back to Thanksgiving this week. I don't want to think about that. I think part of the problem right now coming into all this is I just don't, it's a spiritual community thing. I don't want to come into that energy. But as astrologers, you go into all energies. If you come into somebody's chart, you just don't go, you know what? That load of 12th house transits you're happening, and that really hard progressed transit you're going through, and that really hard solar arc point that you're at right now, let's just not pay attention to that right now. That's what's getting me. Is like people are just kind of like numb now, very at the end of this Pisces transit, like that won't happen.
Right.
Well, and who did Biden have as the president over the fireplace in the White House? FDR. And if he tried to be FDR, like what he's doing right now is very FDR. What he did with trying to expand social services and do all these things, very FDR like. He also tried to do his own new deals and so forth. So
he should have gone all the way and just got a wheel. Now we wouldn't have had to stumble. Right.
I mean, even that's what's weird though, is Uranus at that time where we're at right now was a third term president running for the third time in a row. Sure, that's not allowed anymore, but with Trump pulling a Grover Cleveland, the only president to do it right, it was Trump third time in a row running.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
That people voted for. The only time that's ever happened in a row was FDR. Yeah. This exact Uranus placement.
Evan, you got something to say here.
Well, I mean, just a couple of things. Like way back, I think when I 3 months into starting a TikTok or something, I was like looking at, when Russia and Ukraine, the whole conflict started. I was like, okay, well, what are the planets looking like relative to like the World War II chart that we look at as astrologers, the 1939 chart? And it's like, wow, I was like, even back then, like still just dipping my toes in astrology, I could figure out like, wow, there's a lot of oppositions to those planets, like Pluto opposing the Pluto and Leo eventually is going to happen. And it's happening now. Mars retrograde on the World War II Pluto, which like, obviously in 1939, that's not when like the atomic bomb was dropped, but it's like, I just associate that, obviously that war with that eventual sort of moment. And
the Poland invasion by Hitler.
Right, the Poland invasion, and
with,
Russia
with the USSR with Stalin on the other side.
Right. So like when I think about what, like, obviously Russia's role right now is like, they're very much tied up in this sort of whole discussion about nuclear weaponry and nuclear power. And like a lot of times when Pluto is in Aquarius, in the, in past cycles, like new weaponry is invented, new technologies are invented. And so like, is nuclear weaponry going to reach another level of sophistication, another level of danger? I feel like that's sort of inevitable, but so, obviously Russia is also very much involved with the Saturn Neptune conjunctions in past cycles. But one other thing I just wanted to add, Robert, to the Z-Day chart. Again, I look at April of 2026 a lot, and the Mars Neptune conjunction in Aries with Saturn there, Chiron still in Aries, like that, like when I think about Neptune, I think about sacrifice sometimes, right? I think about, doing something that goes beyond like what maybe an individual wants. And in Aries, it's like, yeah, those planets aren't super comfortable there, but it's like with Mars and Aries being really comfortable there in April, are people fighting and sacrificing their lives on behalf of a cause? Like, that's just what I keep running back to. That's just what I see, just like, even if I just meditate on it, like, what does that chart feel like? And, is it the United States, like having a draft? Like, that's totally within the realm of possibility to me. Is it some other exogenous event that somehow unites people for the first time in forever? Like, I don't know if it's like UAPs or something, but like, whatever it is, I guess my question is, like, is there any sort of outside event that would like unite Americans? Like, is that even possible at this point?
I think there is, but mine is politically incorrect, and so I may gloss over it just so this show can stay on YouTube. But you bring up a really good point, Evan, about this idea of sacrifice, right? Like, this greater ideal, so I'm gonna get into something in a little bit. I brought this up with David a little bit before the show because there's a chart I want to bring into this, and I want to bring in a different discussion about war. And I think we all want peace, right? We all want to have a world where nobody else is shitting on anybody else, and we all have a relatively decent shot at making it. But I want to
Libra, yeah.
But I want to talk. I want to have a bit of a different take on war in a bit. Before I do, though, David, I just wanted to point out here that if you ever move to Russia with that 0 Leo on the ascendant there, like, you could rule that place.
See Steven Seagal. I kind of look like him tonight.
No, you don't.
No, I was just saying,
you need the ponytail.
I think you're right about what Evan said about sacrifice. I just want to finish on that point before we move on. Is that Neptune has that, but Chiron has that. Chiron return in America's chart.
Chiron's definitely sacrifice,
right? So it's like doubly this sacrifice in Aries about war, right? Then you have that Mars that he's talking about. Then you have Saturn there as well. Mars and Saturn is the two malefics together, right? I mean, that is not what we've ever seen before, and so that does feel like he said, but I think it's farther than draft. I think that's like after a draft, and like where it feels like a Stalingrad moment or something. Like, you got to hold the line kind of energy,
right?
And so to me, it's like we're about to see a lot of this already with Neptune Saturn ingressing into Aries here as we start 2025 in the spring, and Chiron's there. And so to me, it's like that's already where it's kind of being fished in, and Uranus ingresses into Gemini as we come into the later part of that spring. And by the time we get to that end of June in that Gemini season, I mean, we're like locked and loaded with all these new energies, and even the Jupiter Saturn square that's going to finish at cardinal positions as we come into the solstice. Right, that solstice is going to be square Saturn Neptune in Aries.
Right.
Then Jupiter's there, and then the Sun Jupiter. I know because my next child's going to be born that week. June 23rd is the due date. So I've looked at that chart extremely.
That's awesome.
And to me, it's the weeks, the days prior to the solstice that look really extreme. Like, that, does feel like things are going to be happening really, really quick here. And there is that feeling of Chiron and Aries already is this sacrifice for this cause or this identity, right? Like, and so many people did sacrifice to become free in America. And if you use the freedom chart of America, however you want to look at it, unless you're one of the new people that want to look cool and say Sibley chart, but it's so connected to a sacrifice of some sort of identity, or even based off war. I always look at Chiron returns though as a very healing moment. Anybody's Chiron return chart I've ran who's had an Aries return, it's like their biggest healing moment. Like, it actually is their moment where it's like, oh, I can actually be who I want to be. I always felt like I never was seen how I wanted to be. It's like Tucker Carlson, like he took off his bow ties on his Chiron return.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
Yeah.
and then he's comfortable with himself coming out and saying all these things and doing all these things. Right. It's like, well, what's America going to do with that? It's based off whether you want to use our Star Spangled Banner. What is that about? Our Revolutionary War. I mean, all these things deal with war. The country's based off war. The country's identified off that sacrifice is made based off that.
Right. Yeah. And I think, well, Robert, I know you've done a couple shows recently about the sort of like de-evolution of the male, like the American male. And I feel like there's something coming in the next year or two that will call men to sort of like, again, whether it's fighting for something, but like there will be, I think, a call to show courage, right? That's what Aries wants, is wants to show courage in the face of whatever it is. Risk.
Yeah. Or why is Call of Duty now like, and I know that might sound crazy, but Microsoft bought Activision, which owned Call of Duty. And so it's now available on every device, right? Like what Microsoft did is make it available everywhere. It's not just on, people on their PCs anymore, their PlayStations, or even their Xbox. Like they expanded it to everybody with a computer and every different way that you can play that game. It's the number one video game for men. They all dream about going in there with guns and killing people, right? It's the number one game. And so if you just think about like how they've already used that Neptune Pisces over this last 13, 14 years of building this idea in the ideas of all men, right? But what's weird is Microsoft, my brother just told me, because he plays all the time and I play once in a while, but they've cut off, you can't talk shit anymore. You can't say, fuck you, piece of shit. Like Microsoft, the AI bans you from speaking for 2 weeks if you say that. The whole game was based off like you and your bros, like going in there, and whether you play, Modern Warfare, or if you're playing like, just team deathmatch or whatever, right? Like you just talk shit to people. They just cut that off. So I just think it's kind of weird there's a lot of the Neptune Pisces stuff coming in of like the subliminal messaging that's been going on through the media, through our video game systems, through everything. And then when you bring up like about the male, then there's a fertility crisis, right? So there's also this kind of strong-willed man that needs to show up, that you need to have babies and you need to go to war. Kind of, it's like a double thing, like impregnate your wife before you go to war.
Well, certainly how's that feel, especially when like Jupiter goes into Cancer?
Big with all that Aries, yeah, for sure. Like it feels like, drop the load off it.
Well, there is again.
Boy,
it's this Mars retrograde, which is looking backwards, right? It's looking backwards at America during a different time, where there were theoretical values and families, and men were men, right? So this Mars retrograde, I think, is really interesting in that regard. But I think a lot of this too is also very manipulative, right? So we have the astrology, and then we have the people that know the astrology, right? And they're the ones that say, hey, look, we've got Chiron and Aries, and it's in that last decan, which is the Sagittarian decan. So this has to be something related to a cause, right, or a quest, or sort of like the call of duty, right? It's like, what is that? It's like God, It's like, go forth and, defend your people in my name. Right. So there's that. We just had Jake Paul theoretically fight Mike Tyson. Right. But by the way, opposite signs, Capricorn, Cancer. And so who is Jake Paul? Right. He's white. He's kind of wild and bushy. Theoretically, he wins. So we get that. Right. We got that. We've got
you have the Ark of the Covenant that Trump had that just got sent to Israel.
That's it. Yeah. Well,
like that is
that's a whole other thing,
to me.
Right?
Okay.
Right.
Like
right.
Replica made just like it about the third temple falling, right? And sent over just recently after the win. He had it at Mar-a-Lago this year, and now it's in Israel.
Yeah.
To me, though, I know you were going with like Jake Paul and stuff. It's like, to me, it's like that subliminal stuff of like,
that's holy war shit. That's right? Holy. Like, that's
the Saturn Pluto of Capricorn in 1284 was about the beginning of the Last Crusade. It was where the Christians got their last hand. We're gonna do what they law. It was horrible, right? So it was the Last Crusade. It's so weird because even though the Last Crusade is a different Indiana Jones, right? It's dealing with not the Ark of the Covenant, more like Raiders of the Lost Ark. It's interesting because there was that Nazi connection. There was the World War II connection in that movie. What is subliminally in people's minds. And there is that weird connection that's happening with Israel right now and what's happening around the whole region in the Middle East. It's way more than just Palestine now. I mean, even that ceasefire is like, oh, okay, for Lebanon and Hezbollah, but not for, Palestine.
Yeah.
It's really a like weird signal, like subliminal signal to me.
Yeah, definitely. Let me ask you a question about this chart really quickly here before we move on. So Saturn is at 5 degrees, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with China's chart.
Yeah, China's chart's crazy.
China's ascendant is what, 4 or 5 Aquarius, David? Right around there. So Saturn in Russia's chart is right on China's ascendant. And then we have Pluto coming in here into China's 7th house. And it feels like there's for a long time, China and Russia were not on the same page, right? Like Mao hated Brezhnev. Like, they were like Maoism and post-Stalinism they're not on the same page, right? And so China and Russia, even though Russia kind of lets China do what they want up in Siberia and Harbin, like by and large, politically, they have not really been on the same page. But with BRICS, a little bit closer. Here comes Pluto coming into Russia's 7th house. And maybe, just maybe, the transformation of partnerships occurs. Pluto on Saturn, Pluto on China's ascendant. Are we looking at the merging of these two so-called superpowers?
I think it's going to be the repel. If you look at the Uranus Taurus transit into Gemini, the USSR and Germany and Hitler went into Poland together, and then Hitler turned on Stalin, right? And what's interesting is then you see us become best friends with the USSR and go into Germany and clean it out and end the war in the West, at least, or in the European part of it. And what I think is that I don't think that the values of the Russian way, that the imperialistic, let's call it, government there now, opposed to the communist situation. And I think that you have like that trio, which it feels very Aquarius, this Pluto coming in, the 3 superpowers that are all kind of dancing around, like we still have like some connection with Russia with some space stuff, right? We have this deep connection with China with goods, but we have this battle over chips in Taiwan right now. And so when you look at it, Russia's like, okay, as long as chips go, we can get them there. But at the same time, all this information about how the chips are done and what makes them so great comes from America. And America is also investing back into chips. And also at the same time, like, there is a lot of weird secret shit going on that I think it's one of those like coming home back to alignment, especially if you look at like Orthodox Christianity, it's primarily Eastern Europe and all of Russia, right? Like there's more of that than Europe itself, which is Catholicism in parts of it, and then has, you know, Christian different versions. So it feels like, because there is that Neptune finishing, what is more in alignment religiously? And I feel like this whole Saturn Pluto transit since 2020 has been a plan. Like it feels like it was meant to show the Biden situation for all these things to happen, and then be the neutral guy who really is not going to be fully neutral with Trump, and like set it all up to like make it to where we can blame the war on Biden, we can blame it, and then we can, that's the reason why we can blame the draft, we can blame the war, and then, oh, you know what, Russia and I were cool, our united enemy is China, but then at the same time you have North Korea, where Kim Jong-un and Trump did have an alliance at least stop the testing that stopped. Kim Jong-un is now has his troops with Russia in Ukraine. And what I find really interesting is that Ukrainian region where Crimea is where in 1347 was the plague, the Black Plague in Crimea and so forth. That's the hot spot where it all started. And then you look at like all these historical transits into that area are extreme, and it's right there right now. So it's hitting the hot spot. And so I feel that, you know, is Trump cool with the North Koreans in there? Like, you know, what's going on? There's been talks that Trump says he does keep in touch with Kim Jong-un over the last 4 years. I mean, it does feel like it's more of this, especially if you look at that Russia chart. They had Pluto and Venus conjunct in Scorpio.
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
Like they're not revealing who they really like.
True. Wow. Yeah, I mean the parallels here are really interesting, like you said, Robert, too, like the ascendant in Pluto, or sorry, in Aquarius. Like, you know, I mean, I think about also, you know,
So Russia's Saturn is right there,
right
on China's ascendant, conjunct China's moon. Pluto comes in. I think they're teaming up. That's what I think. You get the sun and you get Saturn and the moon together, these two celestial bedfellows that have nothing in common, right? But Pluto, through urgency, brings them together, right? Pluto, to me, Pluto is in Scorpio is marriage, right? It's like till death do you part. I mean, that's part of the vow, you know. And Pluto to me is like the vow between Saturn and the moon here as it comes in. So, you know, this is, isn't there like a Casey prophecy where the United States finds itself against both Russia and China simultaneously? Isn't that true?
I mean, yeah, possibly, but I feel that, see that Mars Pluto conjunction in Leo in the 7th, and that square to Venus,
Yeah,
right? That's where Russia's Venus and Pluto is.
But they're conjunct Venuses though, right?
They are in Scorpio, though.
Yeah.
But what I really think was weird is, like, if you think of like space, like we're going after asteroids that have like literally, I think it's actually it's Psyche that it's worth like over $100 quadrillion worth of gold, silver, and all these different things, right? You have Russia, who has the capability to do crazy things in space. You have China trying to catch up. You have Japan trying to catch up, right? It kind of becomes this more Pluto Aquarius, like space age technology of Elon Musk doing everything with SpaceX. You have Boeing trying to do things right now. But one thing that Russia has in common more is the space thing with America, right? And probably has more of the understanding and the secrets of what's really going on. I think the Chinese did land something on the dark side of the moon, though. So they are trying to understand maybe something that we have known a long time. But I do feel that it does feel very World War II, almost like a minor alliance, kind of like how the USSR and Hitler were to get Poland. And then what's crazier to me is looking at that chart is the biggest Chinese alliance was with Iran in 2022, where they made a military alliance. And so that, I think, creates a problem for Russia at the end of the day, is because the amount of stuff that the USSR, right, has done in the Middle East, like America, right, right? That there is tension there that definitely could always get extreme. You've also noticed that like Putin didn't go into didn't say anything about the Israel thing, didn't want to, and hasn't said anything about what's really going
That's
on.
because Putin's in bed with Chabad, right? And Chabad, if now we're kind of getting a little bit outside the astrological realm, but Chabad is the driver, right? Like if you look at Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, they are like hardcore Chabad people, right? So the Chabad temple, which is a sect inside of Judaism, it's quite extreme. Their whole idea and vision is to invoke the Moshiach, right? This is their Messiah who will see them through the cleansing and the purification of the world, the Tikkun Olam, right? This is the Chabad, like, bent
Are they connected
inside
with
of
like
Judaism.
Elohim stuff? Because I think that's related with the astrology.
I don't know if they're connected to Elohim stuff. They come out of the Sabbatean Frankist tradition, and their whole idea is to, like, if you look at Leo Frank and Sabbatai V, they break away from Judaism, right? And Sabbatai V is around in 1666, and he's supposed to be the Moshiach in 1666. And so what they do, especially, Sabbatai Z, is like, well, we're going to fornicate, and we're going to have group sex, and we're going to do things that are really debased, because when we descend through our debasement, then our redemption will be equal to the depth that we've descended, so that then we can then ascend to a much higher level. So they're basically trying to create this kind of moral momentum, like sort of like a mortar going back and then firing out forward. And then what happens with them is they get excommunicated. Like the rabbis are like, fuck you. You guys are nuts. You're filthy, and you're going to get us in trouble. Right. So they excommunicate both of them, and they happen a couple hundred years apart. And ironically, they both wind up becoming Muslims, which is really interesting. But the precepts for that wind up becoming part of Chabad. And so in Chabad, the idea is that the world must descend into a degree of demoralization, decay, decadence, and darkness. And it's at the pit of that moment that the Moshiach returns. Mm-hmm. And then when the Moshiach returns, there's a cleansing and a purification. And at that point, those people are then awarded like 2,800 goyim or something like that.
Sacrifice, though, right? I mean, isn't that
the sacrifice would be me and you.
That's what I'm saying.
That would be the sacrifice.
You want to use the ram, right? Like an understanding, even
right.
age of Aries, and like if we think of all this Aries stuff, and Saturn coming to Aries, it's going to be dealing with Judaism. Pluto in Aquarius deals with Christianity, the separation, Protestant, because of what King Henry VIII did by leaving the Catholic Church and creating the Church of England. Literally, Pluto ingressing into Aquarius. So both, and then we're at all this Pisces energy. It is this religious kind of war,
right?
And what I think is going to be more pulling, if you come using the astrology, I don't think we're off the astrology at all. I think it really is like, do you really think Russia, a Christian nation, is going to pull when there's these kind of weird aspects towards China? It doesn't have that where America does, because it's like there is this pull energy with Neptune that can make people get, at the end of the day, they're going to pick if they're really religious, they're going to pick their religious place. And it does feel like the Middle East is going to be this sacrificial spot first. I actually think Jerusalem is going to be, I mean, even the Mormons believe in that the Jerusalem needs to move, right? Like that the Holy Land will move to like America, right?
Isn't it in Florida? Isn't the New Jerusalem Mar-a-Lago?
Well, I think maybe that's like a idea. I don't think that's a fact, but it's kind of like
I'm just messing around.
No, I know, but I just think it does feel very holy war in the war more than
absolutely
than anything else. And I think Saturn and coming into Aries definitely feels like about the Israel situation, because I think it's more than looking at the actual chart of like when the Zion Israel came about in, in 47. I think it's looking at Aries, Saturn, and with Neptune there, right? Like the whole ram horn, the whole Moses, the whole connection to Judaism is Saturn, is Aries in that age. So it feels like that's all coming up. And then Pluto Aquarius is the separation of, and really the split, the schism of Catholicism to Christianity and the Protestant movement, right? And the beginnings of that. And America is based off that Protestant movement. And you have an Orthodox, Christian root in Russia. So, and then you have all the transits that have brought up holy war. So it does feel very weird that China's backed Iran in 2022, as that's been their big Jupiter-Saturn conjunction on the descendant, right? Like, and all these transits that were in Aquarius over these last 4 years have been their alliance with Iran. So it is interesting that you have the Middle East perspective, the Muslim perspective of that Holy Land. You have the Christians who have always tried to say it was theirs with Jesus, but always fail. And you have the Jews that have been there too and say it's theirs. They have all three competing for the same space that all claim that it's their own.
And it's not nearly as nice as Mar-a-Lago.
No, but I do think that it is about those things coming in.
No,
right?
I think there's a lot of truth to that. I like the ram, right? Like the ram's horn and the shofar, and really what that is, it's a call to war, right? And we have Chiron and Aries. And by the way, right, we've got China with their true node in Aries. China's chart, man, don't you think that China's chart is tricky? Like, don't you think like there's a lot of deception in this chart, don't you think?
Do you
like
know where
all the eighth house
you know
stuff?
where Pluto was when it ingressed in 2008 into Capricorn?
Yeah.
Do you know where Saturn was?
Hold on, I can get this. It was in Libra, right?
It was in Virgo.
Late
Close
Virgo.
to that position. And
Yeah,
Saturn's an exact opposition to the natal Saturn of China.
Yeah.
So the transit was an exact opposition of Saturn, which not every Pluto transit's the same, right?
But there's just something so deceptive about this eighth house.
Oh,
Evan,
very
we haven't heard from you in a while. Chime in here.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was going to say, with regards to Russia, though, I mean, having Saturn on the ascendant there implies longevity. I mean, Saturn, lasts. So I feel like that can be a good thing, but it's also separation. So if they were to have like a split, it would be because of that Pluto square Pluto, like we talked about. It's like a fight over maybe it's about debt, maybe it's about resources, it's about finance. But I still think that, like, with, again, Pluto and Aquarius, it has a lot to do with like turnover towards a different currency, and obviously the BRICS, they're part of the BRICS nations. So I feel like there still is, they are strange bedfellows, but I think that there is a shared interest there in, again, like seeing, the United States as a potential adversary, but we'll see what happens when Trump is in office. But the other thing I would mention there is like Russia's Saturn on China's moon. Like the people being the moon in mundane astrology, right? Like it's the perception of Russia is sort of as like this country they don't want to deal with. Like it's that sort of like I don't know if that sort of like crusty father figure that they maybe not even a father figure with Saturn in that case, but like they just don't really have a positive view, right, of Russia because of that conjunction. But Saturn in the ascendant, I still think, again, like there is long-term potential to that.
Can we go back to that Russia chart?
Yeah. Give me a second.
Because it's interesting, because as he's talking about the ascendant, it's China that has Saturn on the descendant, or at least, I mean, it's intercepted, but it's in the 7th house.
Right.
Well, they both do. They both have it on the descendant.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
more so for Russia, though, for sure. I think Evan's right about the stability factor. I think that moon sitting near the ascendant of China is very unstable, especially like it has Jupiter Capricorn with the Saturn Pluto conjunction did happen at 22 degrees. That's what's really weird about the China chart.
Right.
All right, I got another chart for you guys. Speaking of, there we go. There's Israel's chart.
It's Uranus.
48. I had it wrong. 47 was the beginning, and 48 was the official.
It was at I believe, if I'm not mistaken, 12:01 on the 14th of May, which happened on a Thursday night, where Harry S. Truman ratified Israel. This is like at 12:01. Harry S. Truman said, "Yep, your country. We got you." Right. This is the chart right here. Well, at least it is at 4 p.m. the next day, but it was at 12:01 on the 14th, where Harry S. Truman says, "Yeah, Israel, we'll recognize you. Not a problem." And they're like, "Oh, thank you. We'll become a country." And there's the chart.
Yeah, I mean, Pluto opposing the moon is, pretty daunting, right? I mean, like the moon being, again, the people, but, Pluto can be property and land and stuff like that. So it's like, is the boundary being redefined? Is the land being redefined? Or
good question. Very good question.
Yeah, and are the people, well, I mean, this is kind of we know this, but like, are the people potentially going through a lot of turmoil too? I mean, or just like for various reasons. But I mean, that eclipse in October last year, or around that time of 2023, obviously that was like the harbinger of what's to come. And like, to get back into sort of the transits to a certain event, back on October 7th, we had Mars at 27 Libra. So not only is Mars retrograde back into Cancer going to square that sort of 4-year anniversary of January 6th, 2021, but it's going to square the Mars at 27 Libra. And like when Mars was at 27 Cancer in late October, like there were a lot of new like missile strikes. I think that's when like Israel and Lebanon were like starting to get more fiercely involved in a conflict. So I mean,
and October 7th was the day that Venus finally came out of shadow at the end of Leo, and it was the first Venus retrograde to station retrograde in Leo in over 100+ years, because that had been a Virgo placement. And so Venus actually retrograded through all those malefics, right? Mars, Saturn, Pluto, all there right before October of 2023. And then by the time it had finally got through, boom, right on that Mars. So it was also Venus on that Mars. So it's interesting now that Mars is going to retrograde in that same house, but over that moon, and not with those malefics, but come back into Cancer. And with Uranus conjuncting the sun, Jupiter Uranus we just had in Taurus, right? That conjunction. And now they were born with a Jupiter opposite Uranus, and Neptune's in square to that opposition. It really does feel like I was also, is that 16 degrees, that Mercury in Gemini, or is that 10 degrees? 10 degrees?
That's 10.
Oh, so that's on Aldebaran. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Right. But
it's all and it's in the 8th house too, right? Like there's something
trying Neptune, yeah.
Well, it's very occulted, right? It's like, it's the Mossad by way of deception, right? It's all that.
Well, and if the Jeffrey Epstein stuff comes out, right, that could expose things that are connected there.
That'd be interesting.
But it is interesting that Mercury, this new moon, was in opposition to that Mercury, right?
Yeah.
There's been a messaging problem with them, to say the least, right? Their 8th house
to say the least is right.
Like they're saying that this is going to be okay, and then it's not, and they're doing this, and then it's not, right? They just did that, ceasefire agreement with Hezbollah and Lebanon, parts of like Lebanon, the country. But it almost kind of feels like, hey, get our resources here, not have to worry about this, and keep the Palestinian situation going, and for something else or something. There's something more to it than just a yay ceasefire deal.
Right. Well, I mean, the transit I keep looking into is actually in 2032, like something like so Israel's chart is getting lit up in 2032, because like Pluto is going to square the lunar nodes, like 14 Aquarius. At the same time in 2032 that the North and South node are they have a nodal reversal at that time. I think it's like in the early part. Yeah. So
Oh, they'll have their
February.
Jupiter return as well coming in. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think like 2032 is like, to me, like that sort of moment where like this chart just like completely, it's completely changed, meaning like, you know, the country, it's almost like becoming maybe the country formerly known as or something. Like it does feel like a
Oh, you bring up an amazing point there. Can I piggyback on that?
Yeah.
So Ehud Barak, who was a former prime minister of Israel, has often talked about what's called the 80-year curse that is related to the Jewish people. And he's used basically the beginning of the nation state of Israel. He's talked about like the beginning of the Soviet Union, which was started by the Bolsheviks, who by and large happened to be Jewish, right? And so there are these interesting cases where things don't last 80 years according to people inside of that zeitgeist. And Ehud Barak has talked about this, right? And so to your point, Evan, where you're saying, well, this may be the country formerly known as, and we're coming up here on this idea of this 80-year curse, which would be 2028, right? So my thought has been that the reason why they're going through like whatever they're doing with Palestine, which I think is obviously like genocide and, deconstruction and building their canal or whatever, right? But it's more than that, right? Because they think that if they can redefine the boundaries of Israel and then have like either a new constitution or a new date for, Ersatz Israel or New Israel between now and 2028, they can somehow escape this 80-year curse. And so when you bring 2032 into it, right, that would be like 4 years after this so-called 80-year curse. And it would be interesting to see if like that's actually the sort of the consecration of the new Israel, the total formal end of the old Israel. But I think you're onto something there. And you put that into the context of this thing that's been talked about openly by people that are from that area. And now a lot of these transits take on a very different kind of tenor, like this Uranus Sun conjunction that's like, in the 8th house, which is deeply psychological, right? Like
especially over this next 2 months, because that's where it's stationing and stopped at 23 degrees.
Right. And so the 8th house is dealing with shadow, right? The shadow projection of their own fear, neuroses, and paranoia. And even the 8th house, based on this chart, part of it's Taurus. Oh, yeah, we're solid, right? We're good. We're solid. And then the rest of the 8th house is Gemini, which is kind of skitsy. And so you have Jupiter retrograding. And David, you talked about this on election night when you talked about the Jupiter retrograde of the 12th house. And it's like, yeah, what was that like for you? And how you can feel totally alone. I'd like both of your thoughts of Jupiter retrograde in Gemini in the 8th house.
I mean, I think for them specifically, they do have Mercury in that house, but it's not, it's a Venus ruled 8th house. So that Jupiter retrograde looking also, it's in opposition to their natal Jupiter. It's going to station on top of that Mercury, which rules that 9th. I think, like, as you said, changing the boundaries so much. It's almost like they have these ideas of what they're wanting to do and then executing them, but it's getting a lot of blowback. It's getting a lot of like, nobody's on the same belief system or ideology as them. I actually just want to point out that Sun in the 8th house, I progressed it. I minus 24 years from 100, got to 74. I did 74 degrees, or 76, I think it is, 76 degrees. And that progressed Sun is about to conjunct Pluto.
I was just seeing that.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that lines up.
So that 8th house is way more extreme with Jupiter, amplifying it. And the Antares of the Sun in Taurus at 23 always is you go to 13 Leo, but in the case of 23 change, you go to 12 Leo, and that's where Pluto is. So the sun antesias that Pluto, and that Pluto antesias that sun.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
And
I mean, I think
the progression's coming over that with Jupiter retrograde, it's amplifying that fucking extreme, I would say, catastrophe that's coming.
I mean, I think Israel has an 84-year cycle, basically a Uranus cycle, because if you think about 2032, again, Uranus is at that basically 24 Gemini, and that's right before the Saturn Uranus conjunction in Gemini. So I feel like there is some kind of like, you know, reshuffling of systems, resources. I mean, it looks like that Uranus is in the 9th, but like, you know, it all sort of lines up. And I think, you know, Robert, maybe it's 80 years too. Like, could be like a little bit shorter than that. But I think that there's something in that 2028 to 2032 timeline where the identity of the nation is completely changed again. But right now, the Jupiter retrograde in the 8th may be a different perspective on like, what allies are we depending on financially, for resources, for weaponry. I mean, I guess weaponry wouldn't really be the 8th, but like just like in terms of resources, right? Like, how are we sharing and gathering resources through other nations? You know, like that they may experience a change there.
Yeah, and they have a lot of opposition to what they believe in with Jupiter opposite Uranus from people. Jupiter in the 3rd house, and that Jupiter's, I always like to get the flavor of the planet that's transiting the house and where it is natally. And it's like, oh, it's Jupiter and Sag retrograde in the 3rd, and it's in opposition to Uranus. So it caused a Yom Kippur wars and all that stuff by them even creating the state of the state of Israel. The other thing too about it is, like, if you look at that South Node Chiron conjunction in Scorpio, adding another 8th house flavor, it's like there is something with all those big square, like that T square from the sun opposite Chiron. So it's a sun opposite Chiron and Scorpio and Taurus. It's not a very stable Taurus chart in the 8th house there. It's actually more scorpionic, and it's a lot more wounded, and it's a lot more backed into a corner. And I will cut the throat of anything in front of me off with that Saturn, Pluto, Moon, and Leo in the 10th. And I will do whatever I can for control.
Yeah.
And that progressed sun coming on top of Pluto, that I think that's going to be with Pluto in opposition to this moon coming up here in 2025. There's not a lot of positives I don't see here in the chart.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. The other thing that really stands out for me with this chart is this node conjunction with Chiron in the 1st house in Scorpio. And one of the things that I have always seen with this country is that they're always the victim, right? They're always the victim of fill in the blank. Like, it's never their fault that perhaps the conditions under which the Palestinian people have been treated might actually turn out a few people that aren't really into the system, right?
Right. Robert, I think you're
Me.
breaking up on my side a little bit.
Oh, well, it's
Yeah,
maybe it's the sensors, but you understand.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And it feels like it's taking advantage, like the real true node over here in Taurus. Theoretically, it'd be generous. It would be, hey, let's live in the real world. You know, let's live in this.
Oh, I think we lost him.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, he'll come back.
Well, it's crazy because actually I did a lot of research on Israel, but not so much Israel, but that whole area, right? And all the Crusades. In 1187 was when Uranus was at 26, 27, 28. And it was when Saladin came in and decimated all the Christians and kicked them all out. And basically the Christians never recovered after that. And so it's interesting because I've been thinking a lot about it, not so much about Israel, but about that whole area, how it's contested. Very Pluto Aquarius, like there's the trifecta of Christianity and Judaism and the Middle East. And is there a way for them all to get along? Right? Like it almost kind of feels like maybe that Saturn Neptune could be some sort of organization that has to like look over all three. Like maybe there is a curb on religion in a sense of like, you guys are all kind of nutcasey and we have to oversee this region to make sure people don't claim it or something.
Did you guys hear what I said about this South Node Chiron conjunction?
I didn't hear it.
No, we didn't get it.
Oh, okay. I said it feels manipulative, right? It feels like when I look at this, it's always somebody else's fault, right? Because Chiron is the wound, right? And they're operating from the South Node, and Chiron is squaring Saturn and kind of a wide square with Pluto, right? And you have this inconjunct going on the other side with Uranus. And it just feels like this is the wound of the country. But I don't think it's really it's one thing to admit that something is off or wrong or wounded, but it's also a completely different issue altogether where you're pointing your fingers at somebody else and say, well, it's their fault. And we have the right to defend ourselves. But is that really what's going on here? And especially with Scorpio, because it's so
savior to save the day.
It's so manipulative, right? And I mean, over here with the true note, it's like, okay, we're gonna have an agreement. And here's our agreement, and we have a contract, and we're gonna honor our contract, whatever that is. Right. And in Taurus, it's fixed, like it's a fixed agreement. But if they're operating from the South Node and this Chiron, which is also retrograde, it's like, you can get a lot of sympathy out of it and perhaps gain a lot of power. But at the end of the day, what are you going to do? You're going to invoke Mars. You're going to get people fucking pissed off at you, right?
Yeah,
you're going to get
Uranus opposite Jupiter, and even the Venus in that chart, the ruler of the ascendant in Cancer, is where the Sun Jupiter conjunction happens this solstice right after it square Saturn Neptune, right? So Saturn and Neptune are also coming into the square to the ruler of the ascendant. And the other thing to me that South Node Chiron reminds me of, we are the most damaged of the darkest things that happened to us, and nobody likes us. So we are, because they've never claimed that there was a Messiah yet, right? They're still waiting for their Messiah. What if that's the aliens, right? That's how they bring in this whole alien agenda.
Right.
That's an interesting point.
Yeah,
with the squares, everything in Leo, the 10th house control, Pluto in opposition, right? It's almost like, there is a sense of power that they do have with the contracts that they have, right? If you think about it. So I think Pluto square the nodes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a whole sign guy, so it's interesting how we look at the charts differently. I mean, I see the Scorpio in the second house as with the South and a Chiron potentially being something like, well, okay, like you're saying, Robert, hey, we need help. We are, we are helpless in the situation. And then countries are like, here you go. Here's like billions of dollars of weapons. And then X amount of decades later, it's like, well, just kidding. We don't support you anymore, or we don't want to provide these things for you anymore, but you're in a ton of debt to us. So I feel like that's part of the destiny of this country too, is like, it just feels like they are, again, like sort of maybe financially beholden to some of that assistance.
Is it financial or is it psychic, right? In some kind of like much deeper kind of debt, like beyond moral.
Right.
Or, I mean, using whole sign, I mean, Saturn Neptune is coming into Aries, the 7th house of that Libra ascendant. Yep. So all the countries we're looking at, right? Even like you can use America, right? If you want to use it as Sag ascendant, some people don't agree, some people do. All these countries we've looked at are all having major transits with all these outers moving, or the Saturn Neptune, moving into Aries, the ingress. They're all having massive aspects to the descendants on all of them, including America, with Uranus ingressing into Gemini.
Right, within this chart too, yeah, like the 7th house being with Saturn Neptune, like like grappling with like who is the enemy, who is the ally. We're not really sure, but we're like very enmeshed bureaucratically, institutionally with these countries, and it's very hard to get out of it. like out of these contracts. I don't know. It feels really.
No, and I think it's great that you are bringing the whole sign perspective, because it definitely can be used 100%. So it is an important factor, because sure, there might be, no matter what house system you use, you could be like, oh, that Saturn Neptune is about to conjunct in the 6th house, but it is a Libra ascendant. It is going to have the ruler of that ascendant, Venus, being massive square by Saturn Neptune. And if you use it whole sign wise, geez, it's also going to be coming into that 7th house and squaring Venus. That's going to be pretty extreme.
Right.
I would say out of all the charts, it definitely feels like Russia has an extreme situation with the ascendant being at 0 Leo. It is a whole sign chart, basically. I mean, you can kind of use it that way, right? It's like, okay, that there's definitely going to be some change of who they're aligned with and not. The China chart too, being an Aquarius ascendant. But I think China is trying to figure out who they want to be still. I think that China doesn't even know what it is. I mean, like, it's kind of weird. What we saw in America is almost kind of what China went towards, right? Like, that's what kind of this election kind of, tried to stop, I guess you could say, right? Is like the old way that China started, and like kind of almost going very socialistic / communistic. But I think I think China is moving the opposite direction in many ways, like really kind of trying to unify, building a strong military, has bought most of Hollywood out and control of the media and the movies too, where you're seeing that used to be the Israel playbook, and they don't have that power as much anymore. It's China that owns Hollywood. So you're seeing a switch.
Yeah. Well, I mean, whatever the wars end up, like whether the wars are religiously motivated or not, I think about Pluto and Aquarius as the development of digital weaponry as well. And it's like, these wars are going to have these wars are going to be so pervasive to the public or to the populace that are involved. Like, think about entire bank accounts being like inaccessible all of a sudden, or, people not being able to, turn on their electricity or something. Like I that's like, to me, like,
or the internet, the lines that are being cut in the ocean right now.
Because like the vector of attack is like, is probably the scariest thing to me, because like, Pluto, again, like in Aquarius, it's like one of those things where you can it's either a system is hacked, you press a button basically, and it's like impact is instantaneous. So I don't know, like the when we're talking about the specter of war, it's like, hopefully we avoid it, right, by raising the vibrations. But like, if we're in those types of wars, like, it is very uncertain. And that's why maybe I'm like leaping too many frogs here, but like, I feel like the future of Pluto and Aquarius is to become increasingly reliant on your own local sort of systems, whether it's like with energy, with food production, because I think that there will be massive events in the next few years that sort of, show us the downsides of like centralization, the downsides of like mass production.
No, I don't think you're leaping too many frogs. I mean, that's what happened in the Revolutionary War. I mean, it was also things that just kind of happened. You overheard it in the town next door. You heard cannons going off, or, the British came in the South and said, hey, you guys are all loyalists, right? Oh yeah, we're loyalists. But then when it got taken back over by the Continental Army, no, we're rebels. I mean, right. But at the same time, you had to rely on your local people. And there also is that Pluto element of like, do I trust this person? Is this person chill? Are they cool? I also was just thinking with Neptune that's coming into Aries, and I always look at Neptune like an antenna, and it's going to be about the head. Aries about the head. And when you have this Aquarian element and all these frequencies, it's almost like frequency warfare of like headaches on people using antennas or using new higher frequency satellite antennas, stuff like that. Like really, like migraines are going to be a problem.
That's a good point. And it's already an issue, right, with the frequency that, like, I mean, even like the frequency of mainstream media, like once you unplug from it for long enough, which I'm assuming we all have, it's like, when you actually watch it again, it's like, wow, this is literally operating at a low frequency, like in the same way that popular music is at 440 instead of 432. It's like, it's just that the attacks will become even more, I think, like you're saying, more overt.
Yeah, or just even thinking like 5G is so not as crazy as we think of what's happening with Starlink and satellites. And That's more 7-8G stuff, like and the rapid about the way that the singularity point that they're trying to reach with AI. There was just, I think 2 days ago, this huge article where they're now, of course, I don't believe the prediction of 2031 is the date of singularity. It could be, but I think it's closer than we think. But the idea of Pluto and Aquarius too is at the same time as the decentralization of things and things breaking apart. There's also the other side of the obsessive of trying to bring everything and bring every piece of everything into one space, and especially in the electronic world, computer world, IT world, and in AI world. That's extremely got no, no matter what laws are going to be tried to put in place, people are going to backdoor their way. The hacker world is going to be an extreme way to get through reality.
Right.
Yeah. Doesn't it feel like that with Pluto and Aquarius, like reality will hack itself? You know what I mean? Like there are so many variables and so many things that just go off script with Aquarius in general, that whether it's intentional or whether it's a downstream or domino effect of something that somebody's already put into play, it just feels like that reality itself winds up hacking itself in Pluto and Aquarius.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of what AI is in many ways, right? It's gonna kind of hack its way in and understand parts of life. I feel like Pluto, it's only Mercury that can go into Hades and back and so forth and understand what's happening there. None of the other Greek gods can. And so there also is that really weird conjunction happening with Ceres, Venus, Pluto, right? And there is that kind of feeling of like some feminine something being kind of taken down to Hades in many ways. That's coming just in the next, like week and a half with all these big transits.
Well, it's already happening, right? All these women are starting to have their ovaries removed, and like not all, but there's there's an alarming number of women who are rejecting their femininity based on the election of Trump, right? And it's like Trump is almost like a Hades-like character to them, right? He's taking them into their own hell in some ways.
Right. I mean, I think about even with Neptune being in Pisces for, X amount of years now, like 14 years, it's taken a lot of people out of their bodies. Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's like whether it's through video games like we talked about or anything else, like there's a dissociation from the identity. And next year feels much more visceral, right? It's like the fire and air is like, okay, you're back in your body. You have to respond to danger, or you have to respond to risk. You have to make quick decisions. You have to be decisive. And so it's like anyone who's been living in like escapist land, escapist heaven for however many years now is like definitely going to have to change their orientation to reality. But I mean,
with the sextile to Pluto, it is very like if you're a gamer, let's say, and that's your safe haven, like there's maybe it's not like all power out, but there's so many, surges happening of power in the wrong ways that, unless you had the right surge protector, which you probably didn't, fried your computer. It's forcing you to get out there and see something different.
Right. Yeah.
And there's a positive to it too. Like you probably should have got off that. I think that Saturn Neptune too is a very sobering element on the most extreme, especially in Aries. It's very sobering in these kind of more, like you said, like realistic, like in our face, like adrenal based too. It reminds me of the adrenals, like having, you got to use your adrenals. It just can't be the fantasy of the adrenals that are going as you're masturbating to porn.
Right. Well, I mean, I think population decline. I mean, that's the risk I keep thinking about, especially because, I mean, like a week ago, and I know, David, we talked about this video, like I talked about how like Pisces might, conceive or give birth next year.
Right.
Like Jupiter is going to the 5th. And when I posted that video to 2 platforms, Instagram and TikTok, the responses were so divergent because, TikTok is mostly Gen Z, Instagram is a little bit more millennial. But like on TikTok, it was like the comments were like universally like, I don't want kids. I never want kids. Like, I hope this, forecast doesn't ever apply to me. Like someone literally said, like, I would rather jump off a bridge than have kids, and like, it was like so unanimous that I was pretty disturbed. Like, I know a lot of the comments were probably like just for comedic purposes, but I was like, I don't know if Gen Z is going to have kids, right? And like that's going to be a huge part of the Pluto and Aquarius.
Well, they don't date, right? I have a Gen Z kid. They don't date.
Well, I have a question to you both. Do you think that whether it's Trump, because I don't know how long Trump's going to last. I actually think JD Vance is going to come in, but that's my own opinion.
Well, he will at some point.
The sun Pluto conjunction says a lot.
Yeah,
I think quicker than most people think. I don't think we're going to see a long Trump presidency.
Yeah.
But do you think that they would cross the line and actually try and find a way to mandate women to have babies? Which I wouldn't agree with, but
no.
You don't think so?
No.
I just think the advertising.
I mean, like if you think about like China, for instance, right? Like they mandated like you can't have babies.
Right.
I think Pluto and Aquarius
Right?
is going to be it'll be artificial. It'll be artificial. Like they will create babies outside the womb. Like I think that's where.
I mean, you're right.
Reproduction's
I
happening.
if you thought,
yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
That would they incentivize? Would they
abortion away? But what if they were actually never going to get rid of the abortion thing federally, but kind of
would they incentivize people to have babies?
Yeah, I think that's
another story altogether.
Because I think they do that in Scandinavia, right? There's like some countries where the ads are like way more aggressive. But like, I mean, I think you're right. I think they're going to outsource like basically giving birth. They're going to outsource pregnancy, and I think that the feminine masculine archetype is essentially like totally scrambled, and like what is identity at that point? Like, or what does gender even mean? Well, Pluto's.
I think that's Pluto and Aquarius, right? What's humanity itself? Like it goes deep. I think we've been going deeper down the well with gender and all these, but it's actually the deeper element of what are humans? Like what are we doing here? Why are we here?
Right. Well,
where do we come from?
Well, what is identity could be so like is so pervasive at that point. That question of like, if you think about a musician nowadays. A musical artist is secretly 100 songwriters behind them. Like a content creator on social media is secretly ChatGPT writing their scripts for them, or their video scripts, or whatever it is, or someone online is actually a filter. Like the whole idea of identity is so scrambled up now. It's like that's the question I actually have for both of you too. Is like authenticity. Like is Pluto and Aquarius actually going to create more authenticity, or is it not at all? With all of that stuff.
I mean, I don't think it does. I think it has parts. I think it's fragmented, because if I look at it's more about secret societies. If you think about the Revolutionary War, like it was, there was a lot of founding fathers, but the ones that we remember are the Masons, and the ones that did create the Constitution, a lot of them are Masons, and the ones that laid the first, cornerstone at the Capitol building was Mason, and it was a Mason ceremony, right? Like, and it was kind of this authenticity of like being free and doing all this. But like the longer Pluto and Aquarius went, it kind of revealed this Mason basis of like how it was all created, right? So it's kind of like it's authentic in the freedom aspect, right? And the freedom for religion, but there is no religion, right? Like the whole idea that America was based off no religion because of the Church of England that had been through Henry VIII and all the way up until the Revolutionary War, through all those kings, or King James, right? Creating his own Bible and really kind of enforcing that to create the pilgrimage to come across. It reminds me though of like Pluto and Aquarius of like, oh, yeah, they're authentic, but there's another thing behind the authenticity that maybe doesn't fit the bill fully, or is odd or weird, like George Washington in his full-blown apron, like, with his spade out, like, hey, welcome to America.
Right.
And nobody in the country is a Mason except for the elites, the secret society people that were drafting the Constitution and that were debating it in the Constitutional Convention.
Right. That's a great point. Well, I mean, because I always like, my gut reaction is always like, okay, this is like the age of authenticity. Like celebrities are no longer a protected class, especially if like Trump is in office. I don't know if like they necessarily like fear Trump because he would sort of like expose some stuff that they had done, like speaking of secret societies again. But then I also think about how literally like when I watch content now online, like I don't know if anything that someone is saying is coming from their brain, or if they like commissioned ChatGPT to like basically come up with something that they're just reciting, you know, and like that to me is like really fucking weird.
I mean,
like,
that's what was weird in China, 2021, 2022, 2023. Their news reporters were AI reporters for COVID and everything.
Yeah, I remember that.
Right.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
the question is about here. What has been AI? Like what, like, you know, a lot of the Harris campaign stuff, there was a lot of questions about that. Right.
Yeah.
Like at the beginning too.
Well, there's been questions
very
about
obvious things that were
what
AI.
What about Biden and the whole fucking
Exactly.
Biden presidency?
So it's like
how much is that was AI?
I think what Evan's hitting to is like, I think the authenticity, the people are able to see what's not authentic, like a content producer who's obviously not, or a celebrity who we don't want to give them their energy anymore, go to their shows and stuff like that. But I think the bigger what you're hitting on individually that you're seeing, I think, is on the whole kind of world stage. Like, where's the authenticity of what we've actually been seeing? Is it actually real, or is AI already, you know, done its job beginning people to kind of follow narratives or follow things that are really not actually there or real, that are, you know, algorithmic based, you know, using the data of humans, Pluto and Aquarius, to know exactly on a much deeper level of what will get the tick off or make people sway a certain way by how that content and stuff's put out. And
well, people have been primed and programmed for this, right? So I don't know if you guys saw that there was this supposedly when they had Mike Johnson and RFK and Don Trump Jr. and Don Trump, and they're on the plane and they're eating McDonald's, right?
McDonald's, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. Now,
it's like that painting from 1712 or whatever.
Right. But it's not. That was a fake.
I know.
Right. But some people didn't think it was a fake. Like, some people have been so entrained in the Ingersoll Lockwood, Trump as time traveler, right? All these things, like Trump as Biff in Return to the Future or Back to the Future, that when somebody does something like that, they're like, well, here's another thing, right? That, like, Cliff High fell for it, you know, and he was like focusing, right? He was focusing on a specific detail.
He had some good insights, though, early, like 2020 and stuff like that.
No, I'm just talking about this one thing, this one image.
Yeah.
Right. This one image, which is a byproduct of AI, because somebody used AI to create that image.
I know.
Right. They didn't sit down.
Everybody hit me up like, hey, what do you think about this and this old painting? And I looked, I'm like, there is no painting that's that painting.
Right. Exactly. And if you did a search for the painter, you know, these Knutsons, it's these nuts, right? Like, the guys, like, it's a total LARP. But people have been so programmed to take in the meta, right? Like, oh, well, this is completely meta, and, you know, this could happen, and, you know, we're off, you know, we're off into the matrix, or we're having this collapse of time space, and it's all, you know, multidimensional. And then somebody comes along, Pluto and Aquarius, pulls the rug out from under them, right? And it's like, it's not just AI and what's real, but it's been the programming that people have been subjected to, both in terms of like high strange and, you know, synchronicities and, you know, all the things that go along with it, as well as the programming that makes people want to check a certain box when they go into the voting booth, right? So it's all about this weird conditioning and social engineering. And Pluto and Aquarius comes along and says, yeah, well, we're going to pull the rug out from under it. And to me, it's really, I mean, it's interesting. Like, that event alone is interesting because all that stuff is based on high strange. It's all based on this kind of Trumpian mythology, right? Woo. And it's like, here you go. Well, you know, haha, wasn't that funny? Right. So we have to be on our toes, I think, with Pluto and Aquarius, because things aren't always going to, you know, really
I think that goes into the financial with the crypto stuff too. I mean, I know some people are going to disagree, but Chiron and Aries last time was Nixon changing us to the oil reserves, right? And also getting rid of the post office. And the idea that like anybody in the country that wasn't already in the very high no made a lot of money off that. It was opposite, right? It was like, nope, your gold and silver, finally you can have that again too. That was allowing gold to be owned by people again too.
That's right. That's right. Absolutely.
Right? So it's weird now. It's like all these people are like, oh, and even Trump floated, oh, the central bank, you know, actually used Bitcoin as the backing. It's like, no, again, the way that there's this huge rush right now, you've never seen the stock market higher, you've never seen crypto higher, right? And all this money being funneled, obviously whatever they're going to back it with is not where they're going to make everybody's going to get rich. It's quite the opposite. And so, you know, to me, I'm just like, nope, that's not going to be what it is. It's very Capricorn anyway, all the crypto shit. It's very, all these lines of codes and all this like way of control and knowing exactly where you put transaction. There's no privacy at all. Zero.
Right. Yeah.
Cash has privacy. So I think that's the other thing too, is Pluto and Aquarius was, oh, look, it's continental money. It's so great. No, the soldiers didn't even use it. It was like toilet paper basically. And they fought the war by not getting paid because it didn't have any value. And the British actually did take it and actually copy it and make it to where they were. The only way they knew is because Benjamin Franklin purposely misspelled the dollar wrong. And the British are so back then like, oh, how dare this dumbass, you know, colonial, let's fix it for them. As they were literally reprinting the money in excessive amounts into the system to make it worth nothing.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of this question around currency value also depends on like which currencies are more or less immune to like the cyber attacks that happen, because there will be massive cyber attacks.
Exactly.
And it's like, if people lose access to like, you know, their bank accounts, but for whatever reason, this particular cryptocurrency is going to get them a slice of bread or get them out of the country or whatever it is, like whichever currency has efficacy in that sort of cybersecurity landscape is probably going to rise to the top, I would say. But I just wanted to add one more thing about the authenticity piece. I mean, I feel like we're going to reach a point maybe of like it doesn't matter what's real and what's not. Like it's like the cynicism could reach that point. But like, to just bring in quickly like the Gen Z thing again too, like I just like, I keep thinking about that, like why Gen Z just doesn't want kids. And it's like, is that a sign that just like nihilism is taken over or something? Like, does Gen Z just not really believe that the future is worth anything? Because that's really scary to me.
Well, there's
like,
a lot of them are Pluto Sages, and the last time Pluto Sag generation, they all had to go fight the war, and they didn't have a lot of kids in the Revolutionary War.
Right.
You know, I also think that there's some genetic stuff that's associated with this, right? Because if you look at Gen X, they're the parents of a lot of the Gen Z kids. And the parents of Gen X were the baby boomers, right? The baby boomers gave birth to the Gen X kids. And so when you look at Gen X, what happens to them? Well, they're latchkey kids, right? I mean, Gen X associates with that. They love that. Hey, look at us. We were independent. We were free range. But on the other hand, you have the largest group of people that experienced divorce, which was the baby boomers, because all of a sudden no-fault divorces happened and the Catholic Church like got really loose on divorce. So now you have all these people.
Taurus, yeah, right after Aries.
Right. Yeah,
Taurus in the late 70s was the highest, and then Saturn, Pluto, and Libra in 83 was like the solidifying of just, it was normal.
Right. And so you have this group of people. It's like, well, I'm going to go find myself, right? I'm going to go find myself, or get away from the family or whatever. And so that really fractured Gen X. Like Gen X carried the burden of being like one parent kids for, almost the entirety of their youth. Right. And so they're giving birth to Gen Z, which is part of this genetic chain that has to do with like children, custody, divorce, latchkey. So I think that there's something there as part of that, sort of genetic timeline with those three generations. Now, astrologically, Gen Z's got what? Neptune in Aquarius and Uranus in Aquarius. I mean, come on.
And Pluto and Sag.
This is not a grounded generation, right? They're not, a lot of people will give Gen Z shit because they don't like the work or they're not finding meaning in work. It's like, well, we did this and we had 2 jobs, and it's like, well, that's not what Gen Z is about. Like Gen Z is philosophical. They're not really grounded. I got a Gen Z kid. He's not grounded. right? He's creative. He's got all these interesting little things going on with him, but he's not grounded. And so this is a generation that's not grounded. You know, they're not really kind of workforce material. And so if you're going to have kids, right, you know, the idea is that you have to have a family, and the alignment of those outer planets is not real family oriented, right? They may be more group oriented, or they may be more sort of, you know, freedom oriented, but it's not real family oriented. So I can totally see why they wouldn't want to have kids.
I mean, yeah, and we're in the opposition of Pluto to the baby boom.
Yes. Yeah.
So, and all Pluto cycles in Aquarius are where the population goes very low.
Yeah.
If you follow them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then the other thing about Pluto Sag is it's the story that they want so desperately in their life, but it's Pluto, somebody else's story that they fill, like George Washington's story, or the British story, or America's story in 2025.
Yeah. Yeah.
They fight against that, but it doesn't.
What do you think? What do you think about this other generation right behind them, this Gen A? And I'm not sure how many people responded to that TikTok video that were Gen A, Evan. But they're starting to come of age a little bit. Like the first round of them are born in.
I think they're smarter than all of us.
I think Gen A's they're brilliant. I think they're brilliant.
I think they're the ones that are the reconstruction. They're going to reconstruct everything.
Absolutely. I totally agree.
You know, it was like that girl when we were there that was young. That was when we were in Texas 2 years ago.
She was amazing.
I was like, she could have outdone anybody.
She was 14 going on 40, right?
I know.
In a good way.
Yeah. Like, so I feel like, you know, and I love every generation. We're all unique and all, but we all have our pitfalls with Pluto. And I think that one, when it's Jupiter based, you know, it's the world needs to always be so expansive, and I should have it the way I want. The shoulds and the woulds, and I could have done this, but I didn't. I should do this, and oh man, and it's all my belief, and that's where it gets really weird. Is that the Pluto timing now, transit wise, goes longer, so they don't get their Pluto squares until it comes into Pisces decades from now. So they're going to be in their 40s, 50s when they have their Pluto squares. They're not like all of us.
No, they're not. They're not. But I'll say this about Gen Z too. Like, they were, along with their Gen X parents, they were very instrumental in getting Trump elected.
Yeah,
like,
I know. Gen X was the one that got him in.
Yeah, and Gen Z's actually voted.
Men, yeah, especially got Trump in. Yeah. You there, Robert?
Well,
I don't know. Do you have any final thoughts, Evan? Like, as far as like, if you think anything from now until like this April, May, with all these crazy, this North Node change, this North Node Saturn, the Venus retrograde, after a Mars retrograde, they're going to be just a week apart from changing directions.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a couple things. I mean, first of all, like the Mars retrograde square to Chiron, which is going to last a while. It's kind of harsh, right? In the same way that the Mars Pluto opposition is. But I feel like with that square to Chiron and Aries, it is definitely going to, I think it's going to, you know, sort of like bring that theme of like men's health and like this, like strengthening, like men will be kind of called to kind of like strengthen themselves in a different way, I feel like, and like focus on their health, right? Like, I think we just have this theme of like, you know, men feeling either, I don't know, cut out of either the workforce or feeling like they're not like fully tapped into like, just like, you know, the themselves really. Like, I feel like that will be like sort of a call for men to toughen up in a different way. I also feel like with the eclipses coming in Virgo and Pisces that, you know, like the whole perspective on health is starting to change. Like, and I think for us, like for the three of us, it might be almost like sort of like a cliche topic or something. It's like, we get it that like, you know, personal health is like a big deal. Preventative health is a big deal. But I think in society, I'm just like curious to see what happens with like RFK Jr. at the helm, right? Like, is there any sort of like change in like discourse or dialogue there? You know, so I don't know. That's like what I'm seeing in the near future. And then when Jupiter goes into Cancer, I want to go back to this whole idea of like fertility. I mean, when Jupiter goes into Cancer, like theoretically, that would be a time when people are more motivated to start families and have families. And so like, does that happen for people, let's say born in like 1989, who are going to have a Jupiter return? Or is that just not really part of their story? You know, like the people, like I'm 1990, so I'm gonna have Jupiter in my first house next year. So it's like that. I feel like that's a big theme, is like, are millennials also going to, you know, plant roots further, more and more? I don't know. So I feel like there's a couple.
Well, it also is interesting that the Sun Jupiter conjunction is in Cancer and it misses Gemini completely. Didn't happen this year. It's not going to happen next year. So
yeah,
it's the Taurus with Uranus, Jupiter, Uranus, Sun that happened in this year, and then it misses Gemini and hits Capricorn or Cancer, but it squares Saturn, Neptune at the same time in Aries. So there is like maybe it is this kind of bringing something forward again, right? That's been kind of stopped, right? About family. And it's been so Pluto Capricorn for 16 years, where you add that to the mix of everybody that's been so focused on work and their career or being the next tech bro or the next, you know, where's the biggest investment into my, you know, big, you know, tech corp plan, you know, that world's kind of over, and that people are going to be re-identifying in a new way, I think, family, but also bringing like the core essence of Cancer back into the mix, which has been with even the Mars retrograde re-looked at from a Leo standpoint into Cancer. We haven't seen that. We've been seeing Mars retrograde Leo or Mars retrograde Cancer, but to see this Mars retrograde cross both territories definitely brings back home that whole place of romance, love, and happiness and family, and where does that all go? And it's interesting that even the Venus retrograde in Aries that crosses over the North Node, Saturn, all that stuff back into Pisces, the last time that happened with Venus was in Aries 2017. And so it's kind of interesting that back then too, it was with the Pluto Capricorn transit, right? And that's, we saw another big thing of like women CEOs being really pushed high, and it being like this kind of like, no, you don't need to have a family at all in the women's movement, right? That probably is coming into a change with the Venus retrograde and the Mars retrograde that are both just a week apart in changing direction. And with this North Node Saturn conjunction, that's going to be happening as well in Pisces. Last one we had was in 2013 in Scorpio. It's going to be interesting seeing this, what is falling away, or what stuff from the past could be brought back in, and what stuff it's like we're sorting through the whole spiritual like story of all of humanity and all of our lives, like, and picking and choosing what stuff is staying in and staying out. And that's what the election kind of felt like about too. It does feel like there is going to be these hard no's that'll last a long time, and these hard yeses that will last a long time.
Right. I agree with that. I think millennials are setting their legacies the next couple of years, and they're establishing different types of foundations, like whether it's a family or is a home even possible for some millennials. Like, you know, is the dream attainable? I think that's going to be a big key as well. Like, what's going on with the housing market when Jupiter goes into Cancer?
Can I chime in? Can I chime in this? Please. Yeah, I don't really feel like Jupiter in Cancer is like the green light to start having families and babies. To me, that feels more Saturn in Cancer. Like there's a necessity, and I know that it's in its detriment, right? But Saturn in Cancer feels like the necessity, right? Like we have to do this. This is part of our legacy, or, you know, this is a thing that is really important. Jupiter in Cancer, to me, this is my take on it, feels like in some ways more propagandistic. Like, because Jupiter makes everything, you know, big and inflatable, and it sounds really great, right? but does it really take hold? Does it really ground? And there's no Earth planets. Like we get Uranus and Taurus, but and it's kind of wobbly at the end. But it feels to me like Jupiter, for me, Jupiter Cancer feels more propagandistic. And it's the idea about doing it, right? But it's not the actual doing it in and of itself. And it feels like there's this thing that, in America that's going to be pumped up, right? And it's about Cancer. And it's about this kind of Mars retrograde period. And Trump, no matter how long he's around for, like he embodies like a time in America that was theoretically better, right? And Cancer is always looking backwards. It's not looking forwards. So I think the incentive or the idea might be there, but it's more of an idea. It's more of a kind of overall package. Because my feeling is that,
or a following by a lot of people. Like
maybe it's I just feel like there's going to be this kind of this gassy period that's pumping America up for a war, right? Yeah. And I feel like Jupiter and Cancer is part of that. It's like it's the patriotic thing to do, right? Like it's like Starship Trooper kind of shit, right?
Yeah.
And I don't feel like maybe the idea of having a wife and a kid and a family might be appealing, but it's only appealing when you get back from the war, right? It's like, oh yeah, let's get back and we'll have a lot of kids just like they did after the baby boom or during the baby boom, right? When they come home from the war. So I don't really feel like that's part of the equation. I feel like it's more part of the propaganda mix, if anything, right? Like,
well, like if you look at 2014, right? That Jupiter Cancer, but that was in the middle of the eclipses that were in Aries and Libra, and with Uranus that was in square to Jupiter during the eclipses, while it was Mars retrograde in Libra, and then of course Pluto in Capricorn. So Jupiter did not get to have its exaltation moment. It was that was the craziest of the Pluto Uranus squares, was in the middle of the Jupiter Cancer transit. This one has the Sun Jupiter and it squares Saturn Neptune. It's not as hard as what it went through in 2014.
Right. And what was really popular?
The breaking point of families. Like you just don't hear about them anymore. At 2014 is kind of weird. Like everybody's like, you're kind of weird. Like you're a parent.
Well, it's true, but what was really popular during that time, like in terms of media, was shows like Duck Dynasty. Like Duck Dynasty was really popular during that time. And what was it about? It was about this, these families, this multi-generational family, right? And they made these duck calls. There's like people were living their thing out, like through Duck Dynasty. Was anybody really having families then? No, it was all on like the History Channel or the Discovery Channel. And there were other shows that were really popular, like
Sister Wives.
Well, no, those guys that drove around looking for fucking antiques in their truck, right? Like that's
American
American Pickers, right? That's like so Cancerian. Like we're going to go back in time. We're going to rediscover the past, and we're going to find all these really cool things. Are in that show, are they actually having a family or making babies? No, they're kind of resurrecting the nostalgia of America's past. Like that's all Jupiter and Cancer stuff, right? So I feel like if you can like see it from that perspective, we'll get another version of it, but it's going to be like, to what end? Like to what end? It's not going to be American Pickers. It's not going to be Duck Dynasty. It's not going to be the birth of the Hallmark Channel, which has really taken off at that time. I feel like it's this idea that we have to defend the homeland. Like that's what it feels like to me.
Well, I agree that there's definitely that sort of backdrop of war. I think like per the point that David made a couple hours ago about like, well, do you have kids before you go off to war, or do you have them when you come back? I mean, it could play out in either sequence, but I see what you're saying, especially because even though Jupiter's exalted in Cancer, the fact is that Jupiter doesn't necessarily always have to mean like bountiful luck and abundance. Like sometimes it is more like what you're saying. It's more of just like this inflation of expectations in a certain area. I mean, I would like to think that after Jupiter was in detriment in Gemini, that, you know, it's just like that transit to me has been kind of fucking nuts with like the whole, like, just there's just almost like too much information out there that people are like so overstimulated by that. Like when Jupiter goes into Cancer, it's like the one earth and water, it's the one social and outer planet that's in earth and water next year. So it's almost like you could argue it's like a sanctuary for people to be like, well, maybe I'm not having a family, but I'm creating some kind of like thoughtful space in my home or something. But it's interesting that it follows the Mars retrograde in Cancer. You know, like you're saying, it could be this sort of like nostalgia factor too. So
it also comes in with North Node Saturn, which is weird because North Node Saturn was in Scorpio when Jupiter was leaving Gemini and coming into Cancer.
Oh, right.
Right. So it's like really interesting that it could, this one's in Pisces, where it was kind of led by Scorpio last time, where it was like, I remember because I was at the Oscars in 2014 and everybody thought Leonardo DiCaprio would win. It was Matthew McConaughey, and the world was more focused on these, like, I don't know. There was all these weird, I remember doing all the stories then. It was like you had the beheadings of ISIS that were happening that Obama
Right.
can get under control. You
Right.
had club shootings that were happening all the time. That North Node Saturn was really gnarly. Like people were getting shot at clubs all over the country. It was just like rampant happening. There was a lot of weird stuff, but in Pisces, it does kind of feel like, am I doing this because I'm religious to have babies, or is there a deeper reason? Which I think kind of does play into what Robert's saying of like, it does kind of that backdrop of the war for the country thing. Like the rate's down to 1.4, right? And we need for Social Security to stay going, for all the social services, right? It has to be over 2.1 per household. So right now, Social Security is already insolvent, basically. We just keep kicking the can down the road, but technically we'll never get it. Evan and I won't get it. There's not enough workers based off the kids being born, right, to support it. So that then becomes, oh, you want to keep your Social Security? Or do they cut it off now and say nobody pays taxes unless you're getting it, that you'll be able to get it at this date? Like, or if you have a kid, we'll give it to you.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think the most likely scenario with Jupiter
that's the incentivization part, right? That's the incentivization.
Well, I feel like with Jupiter and Cancer too, like the most likely scenario is that I think that more people actually might want to have families, but they might not be able to. Like whether it's the fertility issue, the health issue,
the war,
housing, even housing.
Right, exactly. So it's like where's the stability?
Or the hospital system, right? Neptune and Virgo was all about tonics and, you know, cocaine in your Coca-Cola, right? Like that whole like tonic Neptune Virgo beginning of the 20th century. Now we've been through the Neptune Pisces, and it's been go to the hospital and die.
Right.
And it's all weird because Virgo's prescription drugs and Pisces is drugs that you can't really determine what the specific milligrams or dose is. The dose could be too much and take you out, right? Like, you know, you're taking too many doses when it's a Virgo situation with medication. So it kind of does, with Neptune coming into Aries, it does redefine our whole medical system and how hospitals work and medicine works already, because now we've been through both sides of it in our modern era of understanding what does prescription look like, what does tonics look like, what does, controlled, what that is, or people are living on the outside playing with psychedelics or playing with their own drugs or playing with even drugs that aren't maybe that nature of escapism, but more just like finding their own health routine with it. That is kind of coming into this really fuzzy space. But with Saturn and Neptune, there is definitely still going to be corporations or players involved that are going to try and define it.
Let's talk about another aspect of war that goes right into this topic of drugs that you brought up, David, which is the war and the cartels, right? The cartels are responsible for massive amounts of drugs, deaths, also money, right? And we have Saturn in Aries, Neptune in Aries, with Neptune rules drugs. And Trump has said that he's going to declare war on the cartels. So what are your thoughts on that? Is it possible? Would it be a good thing? And how do we stop the flow of drugs? Because it is a problem. And it feels like Saturn and Neptune coming together is a concerted effort to stem that problem.
I mean, it reminds me of like our own government and 3-letter agencies behind the cocaine stuff in the 80s. Like, I feel like they've also been allowing this to happen.
Absolutely.
Right. So it's going to be China. That's where the China thing becomes really kind of that, again, going back to Russia thing. Like, is Russia going to back China when China's producing all the fentanyl? And then the Mexican cartels are just doing it because they get money that way. And the other part of that too is like the real drug that comes up during Uranus at the end of Taurus and a Gemini is amphetamines, right? Like that was what everybody, Hitler, but all the German soldiers were given it, American soldiers were given it, and we just had a shortage. The irony is the Ukraine war, this is an assumption of mine, but based off the astrology, that there's been, millions of soldiers there and nobody knows where. All the articles have been like, where did all the fucking amphetamines go for ADHD, right? So Adderall, all these things. I guarantee you we're going to find out that it all went to the Ukraine war.
Along with all of Zelensky's coke.
Correct. That the other thing is in Ukraine, one of the biggest centers now for cocaine is in Ukraine. It's not Cuba. It's not Venezuela. It's the trade is in Ukraine.
Yeah.
So it does feel like, especially even the biolab situation there, right? That kind of brings up pandemic stuff. It's going to be different, I think, than what we saw, but it does become kind of more questioning on Ukraine being the epicenter. And Ukraine was the epicenter of World War II, where Stalingrad was right now, where they're fighting, and it was the epicenter of the Black Plague in 1347, exactly right there when the Mongolians crossed over and started hurling dead bodies over into where Crimea is today.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I'm not like well versed in the the cartel situation, but I would just say, like, with Pluto and Aquarius, I think about like psychedelics. Will there be any kind of like federalization, legalization at the federal level of any of those things? And if not, like what I think that industry will mature, though, and like per David's point, like what companies are going to get involved to make sure that they profit off of it still, so that it's not like entirely individually led. So I don't know. I think that's like this where I go usually with it.
But I think that's scary too, because if you do put those psychedelics like LSD or psilocybin or even MDMA, and you do legalize it, and it has to be done through a quote unquote psychologist or psychiatrist, right? Like in a setting of like where it's all like Timothy Leary taught set and setting, right? All of his research at Harvard and all after proved that using any of these substances in a controlled environment that's not really in your control, but especially a very cold, very kind of like doctored environment, is the worst place for it to be, and to where they can actually adjust and fuck with people the most. So I almost feel like the legalization of it could actually go into a really bad corner if it's corporatized and governmentized, because it could actually be like, oh, well, yeah, it's fine, just come to the center, right? But in that center, the frequencies, the whatever you want to call it, could be MK ultraing people to really make, and then the idea of like mental institutions coming back or psych wards in big ways is another part of the end of this Pisces transit coming to Aries that I feel is going to be with all the homeless situation and all these kind of situations,
So you bring up a really good point.
It's true.
And it's not just the homeless situation, but we have been witness to a large portion of America who, even though they're not homeless, I would say they're mentally ill. Right.
Yeah.
Like we have witnessed the mental illness, the rise of mental illness in America at a disproportionate level. And these are people who actually semi-function in society. Right. But all you got to do is, spend about 20 minutes on Twitter or, know the right YouTube channels, and you'll see this madness that is exhibited in a way that 40 years ago would have been just completely unacceptable. Like it would have been clinical. So what do you do with these people? Right? Do you somehow go through some mass reformation? Do you send them to like, kind of a version of like Mao's camps where, they get re-educated? This is a really big question that I have for society in general. And do you know how they would handle large swaths of population that were not going to be redeemable in the past? They'd go to war, right? This is where you cut the fat. This is where in a war situation, people who theoretically would not be able to survive on their own without the system or a system supporting their madness or their mental instability would have no chance. And so by a process of elimination, they're gone, right? So this again, to me, brings up this idea of war. And what does war accomplish, right? It accomplishes a lot. And one of the things that it accomplishes is that it removes the detritus from society. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, I definitely think that it could go in that direction. I mean, definitely with the fire and air next year, it's like not a very grounded time, first of all. So you have to wonder like what's going on with, with mental health. I think there's an opportunity actually to use psychedelics to cure a lot of like, deeply rooted anxiety. And
I'm just talking about social engineers, right? The social engineers look around and say, we got a bunch of people who are completely dysfunctional and we don't need them. Pluto in Aquarius is coming and we've got all this automation, right? We have AI, we've got machines. I guarantee you they're sitting on robotics because they don't want to upset the social economy. So you've got a bunch of people who are dysfunctional, a bunch of people who won't work, a bunch of people who can't work because the technology is going to displace them. Hello, these are the ingredients of war because you get to remove large swaths of society that are no longer useful. And I'm not, by the way, I am not condoning it. I'm looking at it from the position of the social engineers, right? So you get into that Saturn Neptune conjunction, and Saturn in Aries is fucking hard, right? It's like Aries is all about let's go, and Saturn's about no, right? You're not going until we tell you where to go, right? And then Neptune comes along and says, well, we're going to give you a higher purpose. We're going to give you a higher order. And going back to David's, examples of the Crusades, Neptune is really crusade oriented, right? It's like, okay, here's the plan, right? Here's the plan. We're going to get these people pumped up and gassed up. We're going to give them some Jupiter and Cancer. We're going to remoralize men, with this Mars retrograde. Hey, do you remember what it's like to be a man? Yeah, here we go. We're going to show you what it's like to be a man. And the idea is like, okay, we're going to get a boots on the ground kinetic war so that we can accomplish any number of goals, including reshaping parts of society that are just no longer going to be useful.
Right.
And I think it's a hard lesson that war, or it's a hard kind of metric that war brings with it. But ultimately, that's what it does bring with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely plausible, especially if there's a huge, from the government's perspective, if there's a large swath of society that's not even like contributing to the tax base, if they're not like necessarily working or, and whatnot. So it could.
Well, what if they're just like, living off of sort of the government because they have to have their mental health subsist through any number of, drugs that the DSM tells them to take. And not only that, but well, I can't work because, I have this condition or that condition. So to your point, Evan, they may not be contributing to Social Security, but they're having a negative effect on the economy as well.
Right. And you have to wonder if like there's certain psychedelics or drugs that can be administer in a way that, would program them to want to fight and be like totally cool with it. And like in that mode, I mean, it can be part of that programming techniques.
Well, the other thing that David brought up with Neptune and Pisces and Neptune and Virgo, and I'm looking at Neptune and Aries and Saturn and Aries. I'm thinking, okay, this to me is also very reminiscent of like, assisted suicide, right? Like Saturn.
Euthanasia,
I mean, I'm saying Aries.
Euthanasia.
Absolutely, right?
And also
and
in 1939, there was camps made in Nazi Germany for euthanasia at this same Uranus degree. And then all the insane asylums in America were built at the end of the 1850s into the very beginning of the 1860s during the Civil War. And the Lunacy Act of 1845 that was from England got brought into America, of giving the idea of a mentally ill person to be not called that, but to be called a patient. So if you think about people who are not going to go to the draft, or people who aren't going to consent in certain ways, that's where they'll send you. You're a patient and we have to treat you.
right. Yeah. Interesting.
So Neptune in Aries is about the loony bin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And then also, if you just think about the medical, then it kind of gets to where we're having drug shortages. 99% of all of the medications come from China, right? All of our antibiotics, all that stuff. What happens, Neptune and Aries during the Civil War? Do you have some salt and you have a hatchet, cut off your fucking limb? Like, it becomes very barbaric. There's not a lot of bedside compassion, Neptune, that it has. Like, we lose everybody gets a bed, kind of like we saw during this idea of COVID. There was too many beds anyway, right? They put 2 ships on both sides of the coast. Nobody used them.
Right. Exactly.
Right. Like, that it gets to, like kind of barbaric. So, and also the compassion goes towards the barbaric. Who's the winner? That's the other thing, is Neptune and Pisces is kind of all about who's being left behind or who's sensitive. That's gone with Neptune and Aries. It's who's the winner, that all the glory or all the, the glam or the glitz or even the fantasies go towards. So it becomes kind of a hero complex as well. That becomes
Absolutely.
And then if you're a loony, nobody's actually wanting to go, right? I don't want to talk to that person in the loony bin.
Right.
They're a loser. Like, they're weird.
It's a great point.
So they become the forgotten. A lot of people will become forgotten that don't go towards wherever the society's kind of kowtowing, with Pluto and Aquarius too. So it actually becomes harder to, I think, become a rebel.
I would agree with you. It's not quite conformity in the sense that people were
It's all or
engineered.
nothing.
It's not like conformity from the 50s. Like, you're going to get a good job and you're going to marry somebody and you're going to have a family, right? It's not that social conformity. It's more along the lines of, you do this or you're not doing anything at all, right? Like, that's kind of what it's about. And whether it's ideological or whether it's religious or trying to appeal to somebody's, higher aspiration, like, this is America and we got to defend it, or, this is Christianity, or this is the new Christian right, or whatever it is, like that, to me, I think that's what you're tapping into. Because if you're not part of that, then you're in the social rejection bin.
Yeah, and you have to commit to your rebellion. Like, just put on Aquarius is like, okay, you're going to be found as a traitor by the British if you're a continental soldier. And that's where we get into the Benedict Arnold situation, where we're at coming up right now. Is like, is there going to be a traitor in the Trump thing right now? Guaranteed there's going to be a Benedict Arnold. And it also becomes where,
well, there was last time. His name was Mike Pence, was one last time,
right? But it's going to be somebody in now that's one of the top best friends that also is given a big position, like Philadelphia, that was the first to be taken away after New York, right? That was gained back, that was given to Benedict Arnold, and he's the one who betrayed and sold all the info and also tried to hand over New York right, to the British, but didn't, and was thwarted. But it's even weirder because right after the war, at the beginning of Pluto and Aquarius, because really 1781 came pretty quick, and we're coming into that zone here in the next couple of years, is right when all that 2026 stuff happens. Is, you think about it, everybody who was a loyalist, they either got on a boat and left to England, or their property was seized by all of the constitutional Congress and the governors that ruled all those states, and then resold to the people who were patriots. So, you know, like this idea of like, it kind of, I'll be honest, it is a little scary if you think of parties right now, and you think of like this extreme kind of coastal, bi-coastal, very left wing, the states and how they're doing things right now, that the Civil War stuff is going to be like property stuff in kind of a weird way of like, you didn't follow the federal government like in the way that it is, and you tried to rebel and you did all this stuff, and like, okay, you're out and your property is now being seized and it's being resold, because that's what happened. So like, you don't, it's like you need to know which side you want to be on the rebel on. Being on the wrong team of the wrong rebel team is detrimental in every way. You lose everything. Pluto, you lose it all.
Right.
Like, if people don't realize, America was based on that. Like, straight up, everybody who was a loyalist and stayed one was kicked out, and all of their stuff taken, and all of their stuff, you're going to England, goodbye, you're out. I don't care how big your plantation is. I don't care how big your home is. I don't care what you have. We are taking it all. And all of the states put out those laws, and they resold it to the farmers that work that land and all that shit. It's insane if you look at the history.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say one other thing, like Aries, you know, with Aries being, you know, courage, leadership, and like we've talked about, competition, fighting, and like obviously Neptune being there is like controlling the trajectory of the ideals, and the ideals will go towards those things. But it's like, you know, what is the thing that people are fighting for? What is the universal event or whatever that people are willing to take up arms about, you know? And that's what I keep wondering. Is it like, hey, we're commemorating Trump, you know, when he, you know, remembering that he passed at XYZ date or whatever, like, you know, like what is the event that people are rallying behind? And like, is it a singular event that the United States gets behind? Or is it more like what you're saying, a schism of ideals, where it's like the coasts are like, hey, like, we don't give a shit about this. We want to go somewhere else with it. And then the rest of the country rallies behind it. Like, I just feel like there is that Black Swan event. You mentioned Black Swan, David, a couple hours ago. And it's like, that to me that's the linchpin of like this whole thing, you know, is like, what are people reacting to? Because like Aries is going to react to something that like currently hasn't, like, that we haven't maybe foreseen, or we're talking about on the show maybe right now. But
74% of Americans in 1941, before December 7th, did not want to go into the World War. So Pearl Harbor shifted that really quick.
Yeah.
So, you know, it does feel like, and what's weird is
we know in retrospect it was engineered, right?
Correct. Like and it was, they knew, and it was actually the first radar, and it was on a Sunday, and they knew exactly the day, and it was pretty wild. Even the head admiral that was on the Joint Chiefs back then in the Department of War before the Pentagon was giving a speech in Washington that night, like, we are the most protected, we have Pearl Harbor, that we're so good, nothing's going to happen. And then that morning, right, it happened.
So you could use the same analogy for 9/11, right?
Yeah, I mean, very much so. I think that they've already tied us psychologically through the media with something regarding Trump, right? Like, there's whether it was the court cases, whether it's been these assassination attempts, now they've connected them to Iran, right? Like they're setting up this playbook for something to happen to him.
And your Iran is the culprit.
Is the last Cheney Bush, and the Bush regime goes a long time. It's the last state to take over and liquidate the assets of.
Right. Now,
and so
I think what you're
and Aries,
not just hinting
Iran
at
is an Aries. Iran is an Aries country. The Ayatollah is an Aries.
It's a false flag. You're talking about a false flag.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Which that's very Saturn Neptune. I would say false flag is Saturn Neptune.
Absolutely.
Because it's controlled media, controlled visual, right? In Aries, of course, we've not seen that. So the last time that Saturn and Neptune met at 0 Aries point is all the way back during the shift in Mesopotamia and Babylon falling into Mesopotamia.
Oh, wow.
I don't know why I know these things, but I do that research. But so the last time you saw Saturn Neptune at 0 point conjunct, I had to go all the way back. I had to use my old software on my PC to go all the way back and found it. And it was at the exact change at the end of Babylon. So the literal fall of Babylon and the beginnings of Mesopotamia.
So you brought up this idea of a traitor close to Trump. And I immediately thought of Marco Rubio, right?
Well, Benedict Arnold was a Capricorn.
Yeah.
Who had a lot of RFK placements, and they almost are very similar. But so did Benjamin Franklin, and they never betrayed. But he was a Pluto Scorpio, so it would be like a Ramaswamy or something like that. It's a Pluto Scorpio. Benedict Arnold, Pluto Scorpio.
So Marco Rubio's Saturn is right on Trump's midheaven, right? And then on the other side, you've got the Jupiter-Neptune conjunction opposing Saturn on top of his midheaven.
Wow. Yeah, that is a crazy chart right there.
Yeah. Now, that's not his ascendant, right? Because we don't have his time. But to me, this is really shaky. I'm sorry.
Even Mars opposites his natal Mars opposites Trump's Pluto and Vance's Sun.
That's right.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
Well, the Jupiter Neptune conjunction opposite his Sun here makes him like kind of snake-like.
I do whatever I want.
Right. Sort of a malleable identity.
Right.
But I really don't do what I want. I kind of do what seems like I want, but I'm doing what. Yeah, that it is kind of shady.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. His connection, going back to what you said earlier, Robert, about the senators, right? Like Marco Rubio is a senator. Marco Rubio has went up against Trump and lost in 2016, and then has played kind of in the middle, and also was an advocate for COVID too.
Right. Yeah.
He's not, and then at the same time, he's very hawkish against China. We know that, so at least we know he's definitely not about the China stuff. But the questions of Israel and Ukraine are a whole different story.
All right, I feel like we should give people something positive to hang their hats on, right? Because we've gone through all these different scenarios. We've looked at these different charts, different countries. We've talked about this generationally. Some of it's kind of heavy, some of it's kind of interesting. And I feel like it would be incumbent upon us to explore the possibility of getting through this time and what it's like maybe on the other side of this time. So I want to throw that out there, put that on the table.
Yeah, well, I can start. I mean, just in my lived experience, I just think that, when I talk to people in real life, I mean, or like right now, it's like a lot of people do share similar sentiments, like a lot of people agree more than they disagree. And I do feel like there's a lot of opportunity for people to find empowerment, just like in their own communities, like that's the opportunity of Pluto and Aquarius. Like Pluto is power, Aquarius is communities. So it's like that is where people can go. And, it's really inspiring that, like we can come together so easily, with just a click. And like, there's conversations that this is probably going to generate. And, I think it's really just about welcoming that fire air transition, being more extroverted, being more social, even if you're not an extrovert, just like finding ways to, just create these, just like cultivating these new perspectives, right? That are greater than the perspectives you could just come up with on your own. And I feel like that's, that's my cause for hope is just like, we have to look back to like, go back to our roots. Like what's in like, who's in front of us, you know, and like through that sense of community, we won't feel like people won't feel isolated. I think that's the other risk is always like isolation, whether it's socially or otherwise. And as long as we break down the walls of that isolation that really kicked off with the pandemic, as long as we thaw away at that, then, you know, I think that there is common ground and there is a way forward.
I like that.
I like that too.
I'll come from a way weird approach. Every sign in astrology doesn't get removed. So Aries rules war. We don't like there's something in the spiritual community of it always being removed. It's been a concept through all religions. It's been a concept through everything, but it's never going to go away. The two biggest creators of money and wealth are disease, which we just saw over the last 4 years, and now war, right? But the what's Aries? It's driving us towards something like Roman god Mars and his chariot. And if you think of Rome, when everybody like the Gladiator 2's out right now. I'm not going to probably go see it, but I love Gladiator 1. But like
that, I was going to talk about that in relation to Tyson and Paul. Like it's all happening at the same time,
right? So it's like when the people get all riled up, right? And then this chariot comes in, there's something that riles it up. I mean, if you see America, we actually became the superpower because of World War II. We were not the global superpower. And what turned people in America to start manifesting and creating and building factories and making tanks and making all the bullets and doing all these things. War does something weird where it gives people a lot of direction and purpose, especially for those that don't have it defined. And a lot of people right now in this world don't have their life defined at all. And they've been defined by a system and a program system that just collapsed with Pluto and Capricorn. And we're in the weird transition phase of waiting to see what it is. And so instead of being afraid of it, it's kind of like, stop putting yourself as always the person in the movie. Like if you're Tom Hanks in the middle of, you know, Saving Private Ryan or something, like that's not 99% of what you're going to go through. Even if you do the numbers of populations during wars, again, it's a 1% situation of people who go into the battles. And then, you know, sure, it's about being aware of where you're at. So if like, you know, you're in Poland and there's bombs going, it's probably time to leave. I mean, like Aries does give you the incentive to move. So if, again, I think the sensitivity of this Pisces has been like, I don't have to leave. I can just kind of just chill and just let it go. We'll just all go away. Well, we're coming into a time where it's the opposite. It's not about it'll just float away. It's like I can take action and move the chess piece into a different place and not just be a pawn just sitting here waiting for the queen to come by and just kick me off the board. I mean, I think it's like the motivator in a lot of us, right? And whether we're at a bar and there's fights at bars or there's fights on the streets over Black Lives Matter to different rights issues, or, you know, Mars is in our lives all the time and Aries is in our lives all the time. It just becomes very enhanced with the ideas of wars. And also it's really weird that the world we live in and appreciate today was based off World War II. So the fact that it also is more people are over the reality the way it is right now. The way for it to change in history is always the war that changes the outcome of what the world looks like. So if you're so sick of it, which I guarantee you a lot of people who are listening to this, I'm sick of the way the world is and I hate how this is. And well, guess what happens? A fresh new beginning comes from a fresh new start of a chariot and a Roman god, Mars. And why does everybody want to go to Mars now? Everywhere you look, and even it's Mars retrogrades is when we see Mars, because it's the only time that the sun opposites Mars. And from looking at Earth, we can see Mars, and it's during the retrograde. And that's always where the friction and the war energy starts to come about. And this one's happening in very personal spaces, so it feels scary because it's kind of personal. It's like it's more about the fear of the personal stuff, where I think it's more about finding the empowerment with you. Think of it as energy. War is an energy of activation and taking action, same as you finding it within yourself, whatever it is in your life. I mean, Walt Disney, for a great example, thought he had it rolling after Snow White and Bambi, and then the World War. Well, he made a deal with the government and pushed all the propaganda out, and after that became the biggest media company. I mean,
So I wanted to bring this chart in. It seems like a really good time to bring it in after you brought that up, David. And I've been diving into Nietzsche lately. And Nietzsche has some very interesting ideas around war. Of course, he's got Mars conjunct the midheaven here. But I want to look at, I brought this, I sent this to you in a text, David, and I said I wanted to talk about this tonight. And Saturn, Nietzsche has Saturn in Aquarius. And the gist of the message that I sent to David was like, this was the degree of Saturn during the pandemic. And for me, it was like this amazing kind of clarion call to take action, because I felt like I was in a war, right? I was in a war against, personal autonomy, tyranny against the body, freedom of movement, you name it, right? It was like, we're in a war now. And this is like, I'm on, right? David, you were the same way, right? It was like, this is it. This is the line, right? We're on. And Nietzsche talks about this, and he says that war does something profound, and that it clarifies like a people's purpose, especially if the war is connected to something that is, we wouldn't call it like morally righteous on our own terms, but for Nietzsche, that morality would be that we are a people of destiny, and that based on our spirit or our zeitgeist, it is our duty to wage war, because by doing that, we are not only enhancing our own destiny, we are we're creating more power, right? Or we're creating the situation where we have more power. So Nietzsche has a very interesting kind of take on war, and he believes that war is a necessity, and that we cycle through. Like, I looked it up before the show, and it seems like there's a major conflict about every 12.8 years, right? Throughout history, if you were to like put all the wars, on a scale, it's about every 12.8 years, it's a major war happens. So it's not like we're immune to this whole process. So with Nietzsche, it's like, well, if you're going to go to war, you should throw yourself into it, right? And this is where people are tested and heroes are made, and this is where conquest becomes part of the, not just the human experience, but the transhuman experience. And so here we have Saturn in his chart at 0 Aquarius, and we have Pluto, again, theoretically, the zeitgeist that goes to Nietzsche, right, coming in and hitting that Saturn. And it's like, oh, okay, I'm kind of understanding this at a meta level. So my question here is, it's like, well, is there a right war to be a part of, or are we just going to be pawns in somebody else's war? Because I do believe in a just and righteous war, right? I don't necessarily believe that, we should just go run off and be cannon fodder for some corporation. But if the right conflict came about, that would it be possible for America to be great again, a la World War II, or to some extent World War I? And I think this is the question that Nietzsche brings to the table, and it's a very uncomfortable scenario for a lot of people to wrap their heads around. Like, do I really want my kid to go off and fight in a stupid fucking war for the Rothschilds or something like that? No, the answer to that is no. But if my son had to go fight in a war where at the end of that war, this idea of America free of its parasites that have leached onto it, and you could figure out what I'm talking about, whether it's China or whatever other country has become. Yeah, exactly. If America waged a war in that direction, I'm all in. You could have my kid. You could have me, for that matter. right? If it was that kind of war, yes, 100%.
I mean,
But
that's what the revolution was about. That Pluto and
That's it.
Aquarius did
That's
make
it.
that call.
That's it. Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
And I think complacency over time just like disconnects people from like the original sort of ideals of like, you know, the nation they live in or the community they're a part of. And like we, you know, it does, obviously America is shaped by wars. And you know, I feel like there probably will, like I said, you know, there is a black swan event probably that suddenly it will make sense. It will make sense, like you're saying, Robert, where it's like, okay, like it is almost like, you know, one is compelled to sort of like take this cause on. It's part of the human experience, as part of the cycles that, you know, nations go through. You know, certainly it is a plausible scenario. I think that like, you know, the sort of abstract answer would be like, well, we should always aim for, you know, for peace and for XYZ. But it's like, you know, the fact of the matter is like, we are living on Earth with like finite resources, different agendas, and like these things do inevitably happen. And like you said, it does set a new foundation. So I don't know. I mean, yeah, I could see it.
Well, I think because Pisces is the last sign and we have Saturn Neptune, it's like too many things get out of in alignment with all of us as humanity or our country or just how the world is working. I mean, if you just look at the last 4 years, let alone compounding that over the last beginning of this whole entire new millennium, right? The 2000s has been horrible. 9/11, the betrayals, the lies, you know, and then you compound that into COVID and all these things, like, right? Like this world is corrupt. Our rights have been taken away. You know, the way that people think that they have their rights, like it was said, like George Orwell in his preface to 1984 was saying that totalitarianism in its full extent is not as bad because you at least know when they come to get you in the gulags, you know what not to do. The worst is subtlety, where it's like, oh, like, no, you're free. The illusion that you're still free while taking all these rights away, right? So we're really living in an Orwellian world, which it's worse because it's the subtlety that seems like you're free when you're not. And that's the thing to fight for in life. And why things back up, or Nostradamus was able to predict wars that would come to an end and start. He used that Saturn when it would come into Pisces, and look at these transits, and especially that Neptune's here. And if you remember too, like there's Eris, the planet that's 550 some odd years in transit, and where it's in Aries and it's close to where Chiron is. We're seeing Chiron and Eris make their conjunction. And what's interesting is the last time Eris was here was when the Spanish invaded the Aztecs and killed all the Aztecs. And so if you were to think about it, all of South America speaks Spanish and to Mexican and all that, all because of that invasion. But it was also, there's a moral thing. Like the Aztecs, was that so bad they were doing human cannibalism?
They were fucked up, man.
Right. So it's like one of those weird things to where there are horrible things, yeah, but at the same time, like that did get rid of a lot of the human cannibalism of the South Americans. It also gave John Dee the ability to have his black scrying energy because that was all from South America. But at the same token, it goes to the questions of, and Michael Luton talked a little bit about this on his last lecture before he passed away this year, is like this idea of blood sacrifice or sacrifice in religion. People do it every day. They go drink the wine with the blood of Christ and the wafer. And then we've been hearing a lot about human sacrifice now, right? Like whether it's children, all this stuff. Isn't that worth fighting for?
Right.
The crazy shit that's going on in those ways, and where is religion gone too far? Because Aztecs take it too far. Has our own religions that people follow taken it too far? Whether it's the Catholic Church, how many times they had to apologize for raping kids, to what's happening in Israel, to what's happening even in the Middle East and what they do to women. I mean, nobody's better than anybody else in this category.
Right.
So there's a comment here, which is, I can't believe it's just to talk about war without the concept of peace. Well, I would say that for the most part, we've lived in very sanitized versions of war since 2000. We don't really experience them. unless we have family members who come back from those wars that are damaged goods. But how much peace in the world do we have right now? Like very little, to be honest with you. You know, we live in a very fearful and antagonistic society in a lot of ways, a lot of passive aggressive tendencies, right? And yeah, it's a primarily peaceful time. So what would it be like during a time of war or in a period after war, right? Because I think that there's something to be said for, you know, peace through strength. Like if you can basically say, I can whoop your ass, or if you mess with me, I might have a firearm underneath my coat, you would be less likely to do something to me. Therefore, we together could have a peaceful agreement, more or less. It's not heightened, blissful, samadhi-like peace, but it's a peace where we can coexist with one another, because at any given moment, that other person could do something that could threaten the other person, just like at a world level, right? But what's happened is that we've gotten into this covert war space where there has been all kinds of wars that have been waged over the last 20 years. There's been a war on men. There's been a war on so-called white people, right? There's been all these covert wars that have happened, and there's no real peace in the game at all. You know, and I'm not saying that we should have a full-on blown-out world war, but at the very least, we'd know what we'd be up to, right? We would know what we'd be up against. It wouldn't be some phantom fucking DEI person doxing you because, you know, you had the wrong position on something, right? I mean, at least there's something viscerally honest about a real war, which theoretically would be that, you know, that you could experience some degree of peace. Because when you get down to brass tacks like that, right, nobody really theoretically wants to go there. I mean, that's my take on it. Like, what are your thoughts on it?
Well, I mean, yeah, I think the beauty of spirituality is just that we do think about, like, what does it even just mean to have this human experience beyond like the identification with a certain nation or whatnot. But at the same time, it's like to your point, it's like also important to be individually like vigilant and strong, right? And like decisive, and like to be able to defend yourself and to be able to say like, hey, like this is my you know, I have personal sovereignty, or I don't respect this, or I don't appreciate that. And so I think that there is a balancing act, but at the same time, like the other thing is that is there such a thing as a war that is not, you know, sort of driving some kind of like either corporate interest or fulfilling the agenda of somebody who has way, way, way more power than anyone actually fighting on the field, right? Like you can make a pretty strong case that like most wars, like would like a lot of wars, at least in a lot of wars, people are sort of pawns in a larger sort of agenda.
Absolutely. Right.
But I understand like the, you know, again, the spirit definitely of like what you're saying. I mean, I feel like, well, you know, for example, like, you know, stags in the wild, like deer, like with antlers, like the antlers supposedly are actually in nature a way to like assert dominance without actually causing, you know, real, like any kind of like bloodbath or conflict. So like in the wild, if like a deer is able to kind of like show the sort of, you know, show its antlers to another animal, it's like a way to basically like, you know, defend its turf without actually leading to anything. So like, I think that there are ways to do it, to tackle it that way. But like, generally I try to live a life where it's like, you know, I want to have like physical strength so that like, if I have to defend myself, I can, but I also try to like meditate to a point where it's like, okay, I'm operating from like the heart chakra, for example. And it's like, I'm trying to trend towards like love rather than division. And of course, like war does operate through some sort of like fear, division, like being sort of maybe even like stuck in the root or the sacral. But like, I don't know, like the astrology shows us that every sign has its own energy and its own place in the cosmos and the human psyche. And so it's like, if there are a lot of planets in Aries in 2026, Mars, Neptune, Saturn, etc., you know, maybe there is a point where energetically it's coherent to basically say like, I'm gonna fucking stand up for myself, like, so it's like, again, it's like the difference between like sitting and sort of like brainstorming about it and actually being in the moment and being like, wow, like I really like I do want to stand up for these rights. I do want to fight for these rights in this exact context, so like I think that there naturally will occur the conditions for war will be set at some point.
Yeah, I agree. There is no Libra diplomat that comes into the story unless there's a war to end the war through peace. So there is no peace without war. There's no war without peace. Like the other thing too is that's what's kind of the hard part, right? This idea that there can be only peace is the same as like saying there can be only war. Although what's interesting is Aries is the first sign. It is the 0 point. And so we all come into this world as a fight, as sperm. And we're the one sperm that fights. And even the egg has to deal with all these other sperm that try to come around it. And it chooses the sperm to come in. Then it's a miracle to even come down the tube and actually attach. And then there's that balance and peace that's found as it starts to grow inside of there. And then there's another dramatic moment of birth. It's very Mars-like birth to come out or be pulled out.
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, we are all born that way. And that's how the universe is also, I guess you could say with the data of stuff today, it's still a hypothesis, but whether you believe in Big Bang or not, or any kind of extreme forces of how the Earth was created or how galaxies are made or even solar systems, it's not a peaceful process. It ends up peaceful though, and how it looks, but the process of how it's given, or even on this Earth and pole shifts and so forth, it's a very extreme process. I'd also like to say, coming to the human level, like we are all private citizens, that it's the government officials that are public. We live in a world now where the private citizens are the ones that don't have any privacy. All of our privacy is gone. We are the ones that are looked at. All of our metadata, all of our Fourth Amendment rights have been violated for decades now.
Absolutely.
Right. So we don't have those anymore. And look at UK. They're arresting people by what they put on their social media. And it comes to a point to where the public officials are the ones that are supposed to be transparent and open with everything. And they're the most private, and they keep everything secret, from the UAP task force that's happening right now to all the stuff looking into censorship, everything that you want, the medical stuff, what's really in the shot, what was
so what you're getting at here,
it's all gone.
This is a worthwhile war, right? Like everything that you just brought up, it's like, well, we don't like that, we don't like that, we don't like that, it's invasive, it's duplicitous, it's taking away,
not fair, it's not
right,
there is no peace right now,
right? So yeah, that is a worthy war to wage, right? That is a worthwhile war to wage against those forces. But my feeling is that when I see that Saturn Neptune conjunction, is that they will create the conditions to theoretically put us into a false war. Like all these things that we're talking about, the corruption, the parasitic nature, the systems of control, all these things that are on the table, which are worthy to fight against. It's a redirect to move it into a different direction. And I think for us, it's incumbent to understand, if David, what you're talking about, a black swan event, Evan, what you're talking about, like a false flag, that we have to resist this. And we saw it in 9/11, man. It's like you're either with us or against us,
and
right?
COVID, the same shit, was the same thing,
same stuff, right? They whip up the masses, and they get them into a frenzy, and they say, okay, well, you got to do this now, right? And I think this is the Aries part, where it's incumbent upon us to say, no, if you want us to go fight a different kind of war, yeah, we're down with that. But the war that you want us to fight, based on whatever kind of false flag or kind of Neptunian event that you'll dream up, we'll pass on that, right? So I'm not opposed to having peace, but I'm also very aware of the fact that we live in a predatory world, right? Everything is based on predator or prey on some level. right? And so we have to figure out where we're going to be in that context. And so are we going to be predators? Or are we going to be prey? And quite frankly, we've been prey for a long enough time now. And I'm not saying that we should go out and just become violent and aggressive. That's not what I'm saying. But I feel like part of this is a recalibration of kind of what we've taken for a very long time. And it feels like, we've had enough. And it's time to recalibrate the scales of aggression.
Yeah, I mean, just even thinking of Mars, and since it's going to retrograde, it rules engines. And so it's weird. Mars retrograde is always the one time where don't buy a car, right? Like it's like the weird one. Some people always use Mercury retrograde. That's contract stuff, but it rules motors. People don't realize as they're driving on the road, the most violent situations happening in their combustion
engine. Absolutely.
Where it's literally those tachometer and those 6,000 RPMs is how many times each cylinder is a huge explosion by spark plugs,
explosion,
by oil that is literally happening in 6,000 revolutions a minute. 6,000. So it's it is explosions happening that gets you to the grocery store.
Right. Yeah.
You live in a world of extremes, explosions, 24/7, and you're not even aware of it.
Yeah.
So the idea that you're living in this little peaceful world as you're in your car with the AC on, it's outside of you. And so I think you're right earlier that we're in a world where it's been, even Vietnam, all that stuff, it was so far away, or it was this, or the Western world, it's coming to your front door, even by where the East is doing.
Right.
Like the West to think it's not going to have the war come to its front door that's lunatic.
Look at this comment right here.
All the pistons. I mean, but it's true. That's the internal combustion engine. And that's what rules engines, and Mars and Aries rules engines, right? And horsepower, ironically enough, and all that kind of stuff. We live in a world that the engines usually on most cars, 99% is in the front, right? It's the front engine. Sometimes you see mid, sometimes you see rear, but it's in the front. Like this idea of the chariot and moving forward, and how society or things that to move forward. It is, unfortunately, it's whereas astrology, or if you're into astrology, you do have to accept that it's a fact of life. The same as Scorpio is such a hard place for people because it deals with death, and it deals with decay, and it deals with that. The malefics are the idea of Mars and Saturn from the ancients teach that it's our lives and the decay that go throughout from birth. The second you're born, you're decaying all the way.
Right.
And it's the benefics that we have these rare moments of, that enjoy the moments instead of focused on the decay. And so like the idea of Mars is actually in Aries, the idea of decaying out the things that are bad in order to bring out, for when the benefics do come through, to build on top of the way that it's supposed to, like using ancient astrology, like our whole life is in decay with Mars and Saturn. That you would like to live a good life, you need Mars and Saturn. Like you, if it was just Jupiter Venus world, it would be, everybody would be too fat, and everybody would be floating, and there'd be no reason to even be here. You'd be so bored.
So Jan says, she asked a question. I think she means not what ape, but what are. And what are the signs of peace? Why is it mankind's tendency to dwell on war? Gentlemen, what do you have to say to that?
Well, I mean, I think there's ways to demonstrate, courage when you're, fighting for peace, right? Like there's a lot of movements that are aiming for peace, resolution, that still require people to get out there, and speak their truth, or stand in front. I mean, think about like Tiananmen Square, standing in front of a tank, that still makes a huge statement that's seen around the world. And that's not, a violent demonstration. I mean, it's also obviously naive to say that like that's all it takes. But, I think that there is still like like I know, Robert, you've said this on many shows, like there's sort of like every sign there's a backdoor into the other sign, like through you know, as just being the opposite sign. But I think that like that sort of like Libran diplomacy still has this like Aries like sort of courage to it in a way, right? So I think that that's one angle.
Yeah, or another. She was speaking of signs, speaking of Libra and diplomacy, that usually is associated with peace, or you could use Pisces with kind of a spiritual peace or a compassionate understanding. I don't think that people dwell on war. I think people dwell just in general. But the problem with World War II is like prior to that, right? You have negotiations being made with Hitler, like, okay, it's okay. You're just going to keep this place in Poland. All right, let's just diplomatically fix the situation. Or look what's happened in Ukraine. It's like, Putin, it's not about Putin's actually the one that we should all be thanking, because he's holding restraint. But how long can he do that? Because all of the generals and all of the political aspects in a very complicated system are not going to accept American weapons going off. That's also been ingrained into the people of Russia as always being at war, in this nuclear war with America and all that stuff, to where they're going to try and push Putin out, and then he's going to have to respond. Like, people don't think about like this idea of like, how long can you just be diplomatic, right? Are you just going to let somebody abuse you every day and just keep saying, you know what, I'm going to keep the peace, I'm not going to say anything? And that's what you see in abuse situations.
He's a Libra. What's his sun sign degree?
I think it's kind of, he's in October. I think he's kind of near October 7th or something like that. I'm not kidding. It's something like that.
He's got his sun in the 12th house, right?
Yeah, but I think I was just going to the context of the signs of where like the diplomacy is like also good in areas of impulsivity, right? So if somebody's being super impulsive, like in a very egoic way, right? The friend, the partner, the person who's around, is very hard to tell a person in their ego or in their impulsivity. No, a bipolar person, a person with a personality disorder, is very difficult. It takes a long time of diplomacy and being peaceful, and peace is not instant, meaning it takes long times of talking and then finally maybe counseling and all these things to get a person with a personality disorder or maybe a mood disorder to actually finally start to see, because they won't see, they're in their tunnel vision. So there is a dark side, of course, to the ego and Aries and all that, and that diplomacy takes a long time. There's something about the balancing of things as well in Libra that takes a while. You just don't balance it out right in a minute. It's like, okay, I have to do a little bit of that. I'm gonna have to wait a little bit until I get a little of that. And that's even getting into a relationship, right? You have to get to know someone and see if we have the same values. Do you like the way they do their toothbrush next to you? All these kind of things take a while to find that peaceful place in a relationship. Life is not instant peaceful and it's great and everything's perfect. That's the idea too, is peace equals perfectionism, and perfectionism is impossible. The imperfection is what perfectionism is. It's the adjustments of things after impulsivity or actions and events that take place that we then find moments of peace. Everything is just moments in time and transparent, and they move, and the clock keeps turning. It doesn't stay instantly at a place. And I think people are stuck in this. I want to see the world always stay like this. I want it to always be like, I go to the store, I have this. This is all new. Going online, having Amazon drop things off, but people have kind of stuck in this permanization of this idea that it will look like this forever, when reality, history, all of that shows us it is at a change point right now. And so the way that you lived life, the great war is a war with yourself, and being able to accept that we're changing the way it's all going to be forever.
Yeah.
So Putin, Sun, Saturn conjunction in Libra. And there's your restraint right there, your diplomatic restraint. So, gentlemen, we've been going for almost
that was a lot of stuff.
Almost 4 hours here. So, any closing thoughts? Anything that you want to bring to the table that you haven't?
Well, I was just gonna finish off by saying, that I hope like the social media world or the internet even just like helps engender compassion, actually, just by if you look at the world now, it's like we witness tragedy very quickly. Like when it, like for example, like what's happening in Gaza, like we can see what's happening, and I would just hope that through just social media, again, like the digital sort of sphere, like we can be exposed to like issues that people are facing across the world, and like through that that's something we didn't have right during World War II. Like I think there's a different, like again, a raw, visceral way in which we can like sort of try to understand like what someone else is experiencing, and maybe through that like we can like withhold from like a greater war, because like it's because before this time period of the internet, like we could see someone as just like being entirely foreign, like we just didn't know like what their life was like, and so in some ways we were actually more susceptible to like mainstream propaganda. But like now, like there is at least some glimmer of hope, I think, like as like we just actually like see that, oh hey, like again, like there is that sort of Tiananmen Square type of moment almost every day. Like we see some type of image that actually is very powerful, and it's like, wow, like I understand now the extent of this genocide or this damage. So I guess like as long as people are willingly embracing the truth, basically, then I think that we can avoid like a cataclysmic war.
I like that.
I like that too.
Yeah.
And for me to piggyback off that, all this Aquarius is protest, and that's nice and all, but it's the actions that we're gonna have to take. When Pluto and Uranus in the 60s came together in 64, the opposition of Saturn and Pisces, it was this great movement. Finally, we're going to free ourselves. We don't want wars. The civil rights movement, all these things that were atrocities. The problem is we ended up going into Vietnam, right? Even though horrible things happened, there were shootings on campuses for people protesting back then, all this shit. But when all the soldiers came back that had no choice, they were drafted in that war, came back, everybody that was a hippie was like, they're baby killers. Those people had no choice but to go into that war. So it created even more divisiveness. So sometimes the protesting goes in a good direction and bad. I think it's interesting where, if take the Gaza thing, for example, people protest it, but they don't go to Gaza to actually go do it with a gun. The people who want to fight for Israel go to Israel and go get a gun and go do it. So the winning side is always the side that knows how to get the people to fight Mars, not protest.
Right. Great point.
It's true.
And that's what happened in the Revolutionary War. Not many people did. And out of all those like million people who fought it in America, it came in like 300,000 people. And then not all of them died. And then they kind of like dispersed. And then another group of 200,000 for a couple of years. And then the last group, like it's not just everybody all at once. It's going to come in fragments, but you have to ask yourself, if you're going to protest, what are you really doing about it? Like being on the internet and being in an echo chamber to you and a following count, or just you and yourself, is not the way anymore. It's going to have to be like, what are you actually, Aries with Saturn and Neptune, it's going to be, you got to do something about it. That's what happened with Civil War, right? It's like, if you really want slavery to end, well, they actually did it on their own. They're the ones who seceded on their own. So you either let them secede or you don't, and you go after them, and you get Sherman and you get those freaking cannons out and you blow Atlanta to smithereens. I mean, and that's the way slavery ended, unfortunately, but that also is a good thing.
Yeah. So I guess the moral of the story is get off your ass.
That will literally be the next 20 years.
Yeah. Get off your ass. I mean, I think that we have been we've been disengaged for such a long period of time, and we've been kind of moved into this very voyeuristic society where we watch everything on TV or online, whether it's sports. Well, I'd say voyeuristic more than anything. The cuckold part's a byproduct of that. And I know that Aquarius can be really voyeuristic, but Pluto is the transformation of that, right? It's like moving out of, hey, I just like to watch, right? Like we hit the pinnacle of I just like to watch with like OnlyFans or, Gen Zers clicking around their cell phone and, getting free porn or whatever. And to me, Pluto is the transformation of that. It's like, no, you can't just watch. You have to be involved. You have to do something. And a society of sort of passive observers is, I think, coming to a close, either by choice or by force, either one.
Yeah, I agree. That's definitely what's coming.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen, tell people where they can find you, and let's call it a wrap.
Yeah, for me, it's just evannathanielgrimm.com, and that's sort of like my link hub. So I'm on Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Substack, pretty much everywhere. But my full name, evannathanielgrimm.com, is a good place to start.
By the way, I love the Evan Nathaniel Grimm. It sounds very like late 19th century sort of dark novelist. It's got a good vibe to it.
Right. Yeah, I'm in the very, very corner of the bookshelf where Nietzsche has a lot of stuff.
You're in the Edgar Allan Poe section. David, Mr. HiVibe guy, where do they find you?
HiVibe.tv. Everything's through there. I'll use one last line, and this was a World War II propaganda line that was used to help people in Britain during the Blitz. Keep calm and carry on.
I like that.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
that's good.
I mean, even though it was a propaganda, it is kind of true. Like, a lot of people survived that. Those raids on England and all through London and all that for all those years. Every night was air raid sirens, and while you're cooking, keep calm and carry on.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it's like one of those things to where, hey, all of our ancestors survived it. So, you know, some of them didn't, but people that lived through all of it did, and we're all here.
Yeah. So. Laura modified that a little bit. Keep calm and fight on with Aries.
Or yeah, I mean, another one was loose lips might sink ships, right?
Yeah.
Meaning like you can't be just speaking whatever you want. Like we can do it, of course, and of course, Uncle Sam, like we want you. Like
yeah. So. All right, David, Evan. People say we should do this again, so we should probably do it again at some point.
For sure.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Let's do it.
Thank you both for being on here. Really appreciate both of you, and as astrologers and people and as friends. So thanks again.
Same here. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. All right. Well, have a good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.